Okay, I'd like to call the meeting to order. Can I have the clerk call the roll, please? Someone call the roll, please.
Chair Linda Cross.
Here.
Vice Chair Mr. Pollack.
Here.
Dr. James Dvorsny is not here yet. Mr. Hendricks.
Present.
And note Dr. Dvorsny just walked in. Mr. Murphy
Here.
and Mr. Maharaj.
Here.
Good.
Melly.
Oh, and Miss Melly, noted, is not here.
Thank you. Are there any additions, deletions, corrections to the agenda? I have one addition. I would like to have a section where I could, let's see, where's the best place to put it? Under old business, I'd like to add some opening remarks. Are there any other additions, deletions, or corrections? Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve the agenda with the correction or the addition?
Motion to approve.
Motion approved.
Second?
Second.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Under assignments, we have no new assignments, no reports to make, and I think on the pending advisory board assignment of the feasibility of the regular art walk, we moved that to September to really consider that. Am I right?
Yep, it's in September. Yep.
Yeah. And the same thing for the city services. We're going to work on that in September. Thank you. For the consent, are there any corrections to the minutes from the July 7th meeting? And that will consider passed. And then information, were there any questions about any of the financial report for the period ended July 31st? I think we already all read the public comment log. And I have to ask, what is Project Seahorse?
That is a project that we work with the city of Boynton Beach and Palm Beach County, where we showcase the marina and the marina businesses, teach children to snorkel, and then our marina businesses, dive boats, take them out and snorkel. Last year, they snorkeled the Loftus Wreck offshore. This year was too rough, so they went out by what we used to refer to as Beer Can Island. Yeah, right behind.
Right out your view.
Yeah, and so that's what they learn
Was that
about.
just the other day?
Yes.
Yeah, I saw them.
Yes.
Okay, okay.
And then we, at the marina, we hold like a barbecue farm, and they have marine biologists talk to them about the marine world and try to get them interested in something, a different kind of career, or something to expose them to something different. Most of the kids are from Heart of Boynton, which is our district. So, and we also try to get marketing exposure for our businesses, our marina businesses.
I saw all the kids over there.
Yep, that's what they were doing.
Okay, so going through, anything else anybody wants to talk about on the informational section?
I wanted to point out to you that all of you have this Florida redevelopment package. Florida Redevelopment Association is the group in the state that is basically for all of the CRAs in the state of Florida. And they have an annual conference, and that's coming up in October. We have budgeted, if any of you would like to attend, it starts on a Wednesday, October 12th through the 14th, which is a Friday. They have tours of different areas around Orlando, different neighborhoods, and different courses. They have a CRA Board Member 101 course, which is very good. It's really good to see what other CRAs are doing, get good ideas, best practices, things like that. And like I said, we have budgeted, if any of you would like to attend, we welcome it. We did win, later on you'll see we won 2 awards from Florida Redevelopment, one for the cultural enhancement section for Haunted Pirates Fest, and one for Outstanding Rehab Award for Healing Hearts. So we will be there, and Mike's graduating from there Redevelopment Academy. So we have a lot going on up there. So we'd like you to join us if any of you feel like you can. We can certainly, we'd love to have you join us.
All right, great, thank you.
Awesome. Vivian, is there any chance we can bring this to our city in some time in the future?
Yes, if we had a big enough hotel. We don't have a convention hotel. You need a convention hotel. So, yeah, it's been in Miami, it's been in Orlando, it's been in Tampa. Typically, it's Tampa. It's been in Daytona. Don't recommend that one. But it's usually cities that have a convention hotel where they can have breakout rooms. So we don't have that type of hotel here yet. So it could go to West Palm. It has not been in West Palm. Now that we have a convention hotel, it could go there.
Right.
So.
Cool, thank you.
I see there's a counterclaim, City versus Newman on the eminent domain.
Yes, I'm going to let Catherine Rosmel from our law firm speak to that. She can more eloquently explain it.
Hi, Catherine Rosmel. I'm counsel for the CRA board. It's very short and sweet. There was an eminent domain claim. As a counterclaim to that, the person whose property was being taken named the CRA as a counter defendant. We are approaching a settlement. We're working on an agreement, and I'll be presenting the settlement agreement to the board next week.
I thought CRAs weren't, I didn't think we had the power of eminent.
We don't. The city was I'm sorry, this is very loud, was taking the property, and they made some allegations in response to that. But this was a property that the CRA was interested in acquiring through non-condemnation proceedings, and so we've worked out a settlement. But the CRA does not have eminent domain power.
Okay, that's why I asked.
Yeah. They just named us in the suit, like, name everyone you can kind
Yeah,
of.
that's
Yes,
the way it works.
exactly.
If there's nothing else, then we're heading on to old business. And I would just like to make some opening remarks. After our meeting on July 21st, I received a lot of emails, and I want to thank anybody that's here, plus and I want it on the record that I really do appreciate the information and the concern and the comments from our citizens, because quite honestly, without concerned citizens, you don't really have a concerned city. So I think it's wonderful that we got the comments. I did meet with many of the people. I think there's only one person who I didn't meet with, and that's because I just got the email the other day and I haven't had a chance. But I met with many of the people, and I think there was a couple things. One of the first people I met with said that they thought that we were being condescending. Not we, but some of the other speakers might be condescending because we were saying that they were saying that people in Boynton are afraid of development or they're too emotional for development. And my answer to that is I don't know how they meant it, but from my perspective, after having talked with people, I think it's a healthy thing to be afraid of development. I think it's a healthy thing to make sure that what's being developed is what you want to be developed. And I think it's very healthy to have people that are very emotional about how the city's moving, where the city's going, and to care enough to come to meetings and write emails and be here and speak in public. I just thought that was, I think, really important and not at all condescending from my perspective. And I did want to thank everyone. Two of the things that came out from my meetings, and I probably, I met at Hurricane Alley with most everyone. I only had iced tea, which is not what I normally have at Hurricane Alley, but that's what I had for the meeting to remain focused. Two of the things that came out was, I think there's a lot of misinformation out there about everything from scope to how it begins to what are the real facts, what does it mean. There's a lot of misinformation out there. I tried to help people understand how it all worked, and I think I did a better job of that. I'm not saying I changed anybody's mind, but I do think I tried to dispel some of the bad information that's out there. The second thing was that I felt like there was a real distrust of the city government in Boynton Beach, and that was really very distressing for me, because not that we're part of city government, because we are all volunteers, we are appointed, we're not elected, we're not part of the city commission by any means, but it was distressing for me to hear some of the mistrust that's out there. And and not that that's not a national thing, because there's a lot of mistrust nationally, so that's, it's not unusual to have it here in Boynton Beach, but what I've learned over the last 6 months that I've been involved with just the CRA advisory board, and then also prior to that in my involvement, is that there seems to be, there's a lot of work that's done at the staff level. An awful lot, like all of the work is done by staff. The work, the heavy lifting is not done by our city commissioners. The heavy lifting is not done by our CRA board, and certainly the heavy lifting is not done by this advisory board. And so I do want to commend the staff, and I want to have everyone, if you have questions, I got to tell you, if you can talk to the staff or talk to somebody that can answer your questions rather than just having a lot of rumors and misinformation out there, I think it will help at least instill a little bit of confidence in government, because government isn't just the elected officials. There's a lot of people that are behind the scenes. But anyway, those are the two things that I got out of those meetings, and I really appreciate the folks that took their time to meet with me and to express their feelings, and I just wanted to open with that and say thank you very much for being concerned citizens. Okay, so the next item on old business is the consideration of the Boynton Beach Community Redevelopment Consolidated Plan. I believe we left off at number 7, if I recall correctly.
We did, and that is the Ocean Avenue overlay, which is
Right.
really, which is the controlling, I'm sorry, 7? Is
7
Ocean Avenue overlay.
is the Ocean Avenue overlay, right?
So number 7, which really is what controls the height and the appearance and the development form there.
So regardless of what,
The height is allowed.
is allowed.
This is additional development rules and
Rules.
regulations. Even though it says 75, and that 75 was in the Ocean District Plan. So now we're saying, okay, that might have been so, but we're going to ask you to do a very big pedestrian area, which means a step back from the right-of-way. And then also your building cannot exceed 35 feet on the frontage. It was 45 under the old plan. And then it has to go back 30 feet before it can go up. So it creates that feeling as a pedestrian. I don't really know if we're not going to be looking at these buildings from drones or planes, or we're going to be looking at them from a pedestrian level. Ocean Avenue is a pedestrian street. It's pedestrian in scale and its width, and we want to keep it that way. When you are as a pedestrian there, or eating outside, or any of those things that we hope you'll be doing there, when you're there, the feel should be small. And that's why we are suggesting the overlay, which will control that development form. And that's why it's on there. Because that overlay goes into zoning. That is part of a zoning code, is overlay.
One of the things that was, that when I was talking with folks, that, they looked at just, if this height's supposed to be 75 feet and the density is 50, that's just way too much. And I don't think that they really understood, or really sort of, and I didn't really know until we got into talking about it, that the overlay is what really makes it much more aesthetically pleasing. So it's not just a 75-foot building.
And those are gross numbers. And
Right.
that has to do with a gross number. If you have a block, and then you got to take out for parking, you got to take out for landscaping, you got to take out for the overlay. You start with that gross number, but by the time you whittle it down, you're very unlikely, especially these blocks in the cultural district. There are 7 condominium buildings in that cultural district.
And they're 2 or 3 stories?
They're 2 to 3 stories.
Right.
Typically. So the likelihood that you're going to see a lot of buildings at 75 feet is slim to none in our lifetime, but you have to make a plan for what if. I regularly check the property appraiser's website to see if anybody is doing any assemblies in there, in those condos, and so far, no, I haven't seen it. So it's very hard to do. I've done land assembly for the last 20 years. So, and I'm talking lots. These are individual little condos. So what I'm saying is, I can understand people's concern about changing the nature of that little street, but we respect the nature of that little street. However, the little street, ever since 1982, when we had a plan, which really was for downtown, said it should stay a pedestrian walkable street. And that's what the.
But we didn't have an overlay that actually created that in the ordinances.
Right, and then the Ocean Avenue District Plan allowed that height, it didn't allow that density, it allowed 40 units the acre, but it didn't allow the 50. The 50 is really a little bit more, it allows some flexibility, but again, and I'll let Amanda give you some more planning details.
Hi, Amanda Basile with the Planning and Zoning Department. I also do, the way she's saying that it's going to give you flexibility, we are still keeping a 40 cap within that land use. So if you guys go to your structure that we reviewed a few times already, under the mixed use medium, there are 2 zoning districts that coincide. One with the cap that we already have at 40 and a new one at 50. So depending on where they're building, different zoning districts could be used, and the cap under the 40 is 65 feet.
And I believe we had a few public comments, but we had to cut short because the librarian is in charge of the library. So, learn that. So do we have any other comments about the Ocean Avenue overlay?
Or questions?
Or questions?
Yeah.
Or anybody that's not clear on how the overlays work, because like I wasn't until Amanda explained it to me. Go ahead. You can come on up to the microphone where Amanda is. That's fine.
Hi, Susan Oyer, 140 Southeast 27th Way. My question, I guess, is, Ms. Brooks, you just mentioned that the condos on Ocean Avenue are 2 to 3 stories. Everything on that street is 1 to 2 stories. Remember the tornado that came through back before I was born, knocked down a very large amount of stuff on Ocean Avenue, which is how you ended up switching from residential over to commercial on Ocean, because it was originally all residential.
I think the schoolhouse is 3 stories. Just saying.
No, I think it just kind of really super tall ceilings with the gym and everything. But like the condos and everything are all 2 stories.
Those are, I know.
Yeah, and the houses are all 1 story. It's just the schools that have abnormally high roof heights. My other question, I guess, would be, why do we even have overlays? Why aren't we just making I don't know what the correct term is, code, zoning, whatever. Why is that not just the flat out 45 feet? Why do we have an overlay? Because you're saying not in our lifetime. Okay, well, I plan on outliving all of you, and I will still be here in 50 more years. And, and you know what? I don't want to see 10 and 20 story buildings on the street that my family were the first ones to homestead.
Okay, well, it's not 10 stories, it's 7 stories, and that's
Right.
what was in the plan in 1982. What we're trying to do is prevent that from happening on Ocean Avenue by having the overlay.
Okay, then why not just throw it out and write a whole new one?
Well,
Because then you're
Never had
still
an overlay.
allowing
An
the
overlay.
that is a question for Amanda.
I know.
Because then in the
Susan,
future, you're still allowing somebody to come along and change it.
An overlay is for a specific area. A zoning district covers a lot of different areas, and
Okay.
it wouldn't apply for other areas where that zoning category
Okay.
was. So a zoning district is for a specific area, like an address in some
Right,
places.
right.
So if you want Boynton Beach Boulevard to have a very wide pedestrian realm, which we do,
Mm-hmm.
then you would apply that there. Now, you might not want that same realm on Second Street.
No.
So that's why, because if you try to put that into a zoning,
Mm-hmm.
then everywhere that had that same zoning would have to do that same thing, and it would not
Okay.
be it would not fit for every area of that same zoning.
Okay, so this is more like spot zoning or
It's
something?
not spot zoning, but you're saying this street is different than other streets with the
Okay.
same zoning would apply. Like, it wouldn't necessarily work on Federal. Federal's really not that tiny,
Mm-hmm.
small little street. This is what I call a historic street.
Mm-hmm.
It's that scale. Federal obviously is not that.
Right.
So you have to consider additional facts and things that you want there that you couldn't put in zoning that would apply in all that, to any zoning
Okay.
area like that.
No, that's perfect, that's fine. I wish that had been expressed all along.
Right, that's what an overlay is,
Yeah.
and I think that, I hope that helps everybody understand what an overlay district is. So,
Yeah.
did I
Okay.
say that right, Amanda?
Okay, thank you. I wish that had come out, earlier, because everyone's sitting here going, what the heck's an overlay and why do we have it?
Well, you're not alone.
Yeah.
Sometimes I don't know what people don't know, so I if you ask me, I'll tell you, but.
Right.
And I shouldn't assume, because you know what that means.
Yeah. Thank you
Larry.
very much.
Thank you, Susan.
Mike Fitzpatrick, 175 Southwest 2nd Street. I have a question about these overlays, and that once they're enacted, can a future city commission change them without kicking in the Burt Harris law? Which, like, if you give somebody something and then you can't take it away, even if, you kind of turn on the money machine. So can this be reversed?
Well,
Wouldn't that be a lawyer question?
that's
Burt Harris
probably a
law?
lot, but actually, an overlay is more restrictive. It's actually restrictive. It's more restrictive, and could they take that restriction away? They could. I mean,
Well,
you're right.
I'm looking at all the purple. If you change the overlay and the other stuff from 4 stories to 10 stories in the future land use plan, can you change it later on back to 4 stories without invoking the Burt Harris law?
Only if people are have entitlement already, if they've gone through the land use and zoning, then it would be. Okay.
I'm going to borrow your mic so I can answer your question. Okay, so the difference would be, again, it is a question for an attorney, but the plan isn't actually putting anything on the ground, remember? So you really have taking issues or down zoning once it's on the ground. So the only way that would be coming about is if we have already implemented the plan. So a plan can change. Once it's on the ground, you may have a taking issue.
In other words, when she says on the ground, that means that either the city or a landowner has come into the city and asked for land use and zoning. And if that's on the ground and then they haven't built yet and the commission says, oh, never mind, we don't want you to do that, that would be a taking.
That was trade winds, I understand
Exactly,
that.
yeah.
But, so this future land use plan, does that count as changing on the ground? No?
Take this. Okay. Again, this is the proposed future land use map. It is not the future land use map. So what we'll be working with is the proposed one and the existing one, and it will be a transition and implementation period to get from this to the actual future land use plan.
Once it becomes proposed and it becomes adopted, that is my question. Could you later on change the adopted one back to something that's happening now without invoking?
Again,
Or
even
Harris.
if it's adopted, it is still considered proposed. This does not actually influence the future land use that is on the ground. The only thing it will influence is future projects that are coming in that would be using this map. And that would only be through the regulatory system of going through site plan and master plan approval.
We don't, and Mike, this is, I think you and I had this conversation many, many times. The city does not put the proposed land use on the ground. It never has. And that's why everybody has to come in with what's in the CRA plans, adopted CRA plans. They have to come in for land use and zoning consistent with what's in the CRA plans. So even though the land use map doesn't have anything to do with it. So that's why the citizens are very confused, and I don't blame them. The future land use map is not what is allowed, because what's allowed is under what's in our plans, for at least in the CRA. So it is very confusing, and I'm right there with them, because it took me a while when I came here. I'm like, well, what can you do? I don't understand. And we actually had no map for the entire CRA that told you what the vision was like this. We didn't have one. This is the first one since I've been here. So it's very confusing for the community and developers, business owners, anybody looking to move here. So yes, if it's only when it's on the ground, and that means that it's gone through the commission and they've adopted land use and zoning on the ground, and now this person owns a piece of land that says one of these colors up there that's different than what's on the actual land use map, that map to this map, that there could be a taking, because they're upzoning it from that map, the old 1970 map, I call it, to this map, yes, that would be a taking, but it would only be if that process had gone through. Does that make sense?
Nope, I'm still very confused.
The easiest way to think of it is that this will be the map we use when we are approving future development. That is all it does. That's the easiest way to think of it.
It's a guiding map. It's a
So,
guiding
but
map.
once it's applied to future development, that means it is worth more. And if a new commission came in a couple of years and tried to change it back, there would be problems.
That is correct. If a development came through.
Right, if there was already development there, that's right.
Again, so as projects come in, when we look at are we going to recommend approval or denial, we will compare it to this map. If the project is approved, then it becomes existing future land use, and then you would have a taking.
But if somebody buys the land with expectations they'll be able to, but they haven't actually submitted something yet, then it could be downzoned again without any penalty.
Yes, because that's how our system is in Boynton, yes. Yes.
Thank you. My other point is, with all this splash of purple, I'm not opposed to high density, but I always said all along, high density matched with some zero density. There's no new green space, and that one little piece of green space has been a quart of it's been notched out for a lift station to make this all possible. So, you know, you're not providing any green space in this new plan.
Well, and this is actually just talking about land use. We have an entire section of the plan called connectivity, and within that section, we are proposing things like greenways, not actual new parks. The only park that is being expanded is Sarah Sims, but we are connecting a series of parks through the use of greenways.
The current population is what, 71,000? The square mile is 16.25, so it works out we're somewhere over 4,300 people per square mile. These densities you're proposing work out to like 100,000 people per square mile. At what point do you say enough is enough? Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Can we talk?
We certainly can, Alan.
Great. It's confusing. I'm starting to get it, you know. This is our proposed future land use. It doesn't become reality until somebody comes in and actually starts doing the deal. How wide is our overlay for Ocean Avenue? Does it go down to the little red dot line?
It would be the whole block that fronts Ocean Avenue, so one block north and one block south.
So if I live 2 blocks away from Ocean Avenue, that doesn't cover it?
It wouldn't, but once you get to that area, you're actually covered by the residential compatibility standards.
Okay, let me bottom line this. I've driven around our great city of Boynton Beach, and I've looked at this, and I've grappled with it, and here's my conclusion. My conclusion is 5 to 3 stories, maybe somewhere 7 fits. Actually, 7 fits for me on Boynton Beach Boulevard. I'm not talking to you, I'm sorry. 7 fits just fine on Boynton Beach Boulevard. But 7, it's a stretch for me, you know, because we're going up against 1 and 2 story residential area on the southwest side of this. And so if it only goes down to the first block, then my overlay district doesn't count.
And I will say, once we do modify the overlay district, because again, that does happen at a later stage, that those kind of comments can come through then, and it can be expanded. Right now, we're saying that we know we're going to need an overlay.
Right.
My first vision is that it only does need to go 1 block deep on both sides, because it will be covered by residential compatibility standards on the south, and the northern portion would be covered by the Boynton Beach overlay.
Right.
So-
And this is within the CRA boundaries, which doesn't really, you know, pertain to outside of the CRA boundary.
Yes.
So my bottom line
Yeah.
is, you know, perhaps there is an area by the tracks, by the center of the transit-oriented district, that we may bump it up. It makes sense, and maybe we need to do that because we need the credits for the TOD? But my concern is, you know, a 3-story next to a 1-story up to a 7-story on Second Avenue.
Right.
I mean, if we really want to get specific. It's a challenge. I thank you guys for doing this because
It is, and you know, I do want to, again, I know we're talking about lots of different levels of regulation. The land use really does govern the density and the uses. So when we're approving 50 units per acre within our TOD, it is to get more houses within our TOD to support a train station. Land use alone does not govern our heights. That is governed by zoning. So it does have certain zoning districts within it, but again, all of our master plans, which is all of our mixed-use areas, are planned developments and do come through for comments like that. And once we do establish the details of our overlay, we can expand it throughout the entire cultural district. It could be that this overlay is the cultural district overlay and not just Ocean.
So
right,
Amanda,
which is-
even though
which
number
is where-
7.
which is where the devil is in the details, which
Yes.
is where I
It is.
understand the concern of some of our citizens. That, in my view, we've fallen short in some of our execution and some of our, actually, you know, the devil is in the detail. It's in the code.
Absolutely. And that's why, and again, like this plan will only get you so far into the details.
It's just land use, I get
Right,
it.
it is land use, but I mean, we are trying to give a little bit more than land use to guide those kind of decisions, like the creation of an overlay, like restructuring the zoning districts. And if you look at the implementation, I know you guys are looking at the executive summary, but you guys all did get a draft, correct?
Yes.
So in the implementation section is really where we're listing out the things that have to be done. And it'll say like the creation or modification of the overlay district, that's where all those details have to lie in that implementation item.
That is really where the details, that's
Yes.
that's where the devil is.
It is. It really is.
What does Ocean Avenue look like? I think we can all understand that we want it to be this kind of charming district. We want to
Right.
connect it to the Marina District. And, you know, what happens on Federal is a completely different animal.
Right.
Although related. So it's, okay. The devil's in the it's hard to vote on this stuff when you
Right.
don't know the other details.
It is.
Well, again, I think, again, this is just the broad view of it, but I have a question, and it relates to the answer that you gave, Alan. When I look at number 7, the Ocean Avenue overlay, I look at the map and I look at number 7, that goes all the way to Seacrest. But you're saying it doesn't go the overlay wouldn't go all the way to Seacrest?
Number 7 on the map, but there's no actual boundary shown. We just have, that's the Ocean Avenue street,
It's kind of in there.
right? So,
That's the CRA boundary.
I'm sorry,
That's
I
it.
was looking at it being, I was thinking the
Right.
overlay was all the way from Seacrest to Federal, but you're saying it's not.
it is not. It would be within the district only because once you get to federal, you're within the downtown. So again, this district,
So what is the Ocean Avenue district?
I'm sorry?
So how far is this overlay really affected?
Okay, so the culture, again, so once we implement it, the first vision, our first stab at where it will be from Seacrest to the tracks on Ocean Avenue.
That's the overlay district we're
That would be
talking
it.
about right now.
That would be the overlay right now. That is not, thank you. That would not be, and again, 1 block deep. But the overlay is different than the cultural district right now. So the cultural district, I don't think the district maps are up there.
Yeah, we don't have it.
Okay, so the Ocean, the cultural district goes from the, let's see, okay, goes from the CRA boundary line there to First.
Okay.
So 1 block south. That is the cultural district. The Ocean Avenue overlay would only go 1 block north and 1 block south of Ocean right now. Again, once we modify the overlay, it can go deeper. It can cover the whole cultural district if we see fit. By we, I mean us.
But
and
it
you
still
and the
goes
board.
from, I'm talking east-west, it still goes
East-west.
from Seacrest to the railroad tracks.
Yes,
That's what I want to do.
yes.
Okay. I got it. 1 block north and south and Seacrest to the, got it.
Yes. So it doesn't go to federal because we're in the downtown at that point, but it'll go to the
Right.
tracks.
Okay, are there any more comments or questions?
Yeah, I have a comment or a question. And you can't answer it.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Those are even better.
Because the devil is in the details.
Yes.
What I feel as a planner is that our area between off of Ocean on either block and going towards our residential neighborhoods needs to be constrained. And it needs to be constrained not to 7,
Right.
but to 5. And you can't answer that question because that is a question for the overlay district.
Yes, but what you can do, part of it could be that you could recommend approval of this and recommend a boundary for the overlay district. You can say that the Ocean Overlay District should encompass the entire cultural district.
Oh, I like that.
Or none of it, or part of it, or some of it. And then that would be a recommendation. Again, like it won't really be implemented until the implementation step, but at that point, we can start at that point and build up regulations on that.
Right.
I'm just trying to give you a little bit more comfort.
No, I appreciate it. You know, it's been a struggle.
I know.
You know, this is, I recommend.
Or you can say that the overlay district would, going south to the CRA boundary, that it would include a cap of, certain height to be compatible. Generally, that's 3 stories, similar to what we do with the IPUD around single-family neighborhoods of townhomes. They're actually 45 feet high, but if you're next to a single-family neighborhood, it has to drop down to 3 stories. So you can say something to that effect, which we make it happen anyway because we have compatibility code regulations now that they have to follow. So it's not like it isn't in the code. What we're going to also do, and it's actually in our budget tonight, which you'll see, a code audit to make sure that what is in here will gel with the plan and code, so that the plan, when we say we want to protect neighborhoods, that the code that's actually in, when they read it, it actually is there. So those kind of things will actually be, we'll have a consultant do it, obviously, because it's mind-numbing and totally time-consuming, and we don't have enough staff as it is, period. So, that's the kind of things that, when you say the devil's in the details, absolutely. If your code doesn't protect the neighborhoods from development impacts, then what good is it? Now, it already does have those things like walls and landscaping and step backs and dropping the height. Even though IPUD allows 45, you can't build 45 next to a single-family home. You can't do it. So we already have that in place. So, but if you want to make a recommendation, like Amanda said, that on south of Ocean, adjacent to single family, that the height cannot exceed 35 feet, you can do that.
I do also want to say, not only do we already have residential compatibility standards, but staff is aware that we are creating new adjacencies. And as part of the implementation guide, it also has an item there that says to review specifically the residential standards to make sure that we are protecting all of our neighborhoods.
It's a challenge. There's the TOD.
Yes.
Am I getting that wrong?
TOD, yep, that's right.
In our residential neighborhoods, and we want to build density, and we want to revitalize this area and make it, just a rock star. We want to make it, Ocean Avenue needs to be popping.
Right. And again, land use gets us our number of people.
I know, we're only on land use.
We're only on land use. I know it's a lot to take in, but I mean, staff, we're going to get there every step of the way. That's why we are working on this implementation guide, because we know that there's a lot that comes after this. This is honestly step 1 of about
Right.
80.
I know, it's just land use, I get it.
But we do need to do this in order to get to those other steps.
Tom?
So, again, because it's a little confusing for me also. But so then if you had, let's just say, for example, you had a 100-foot limit or 100-foot land use allowability.
It's actually 75, but.
Okay, but I'm just saying, say you had 100 and the surrounding area was all, say, single-family homes. The zoning or the other thing you said would say no, you can't put that there, even though we
Compatibility.
did it on the land use, and it does say you can.
Right.
It-
So
so-
thankfully, I don't think we're creating that condition. We will never have 100 feet next to our single-family neighborhoods.
No, but-
If we do, the residential compatibility standards does protect the single-family. It caps height for a certain distance. It increases setbacks and increases landscape buffers.
Yes, but I'm saying, say you had that, say you set this land use out and you could, and then didn't get built that high.
Right.
By whatever, it doesn't have to be that large. And then somebody wanted to come in there and do that, would that be prevented? Or they'd say, no, you're just
Absolutely,
gonna
because
dig
again,
building in between.
when they look at land use, they're not seeing 100 feet high. Land use means they can do 50 units per acre, and they can do the uses that they want. To even think about their height, they have to go into zoning. So the land use does not give them height
And then,
outright.
then just so I understand, because I think I'm picking up very
Absolutely.
slowly. Very, very slowly, but.
No, take your
So then
time.
there's the compatibility also, that's another layer of that, you have to meet that.
Of the
So there's
zoning.
actually multiple,
Yes.
and I think I only know 3 of them, so are there more, let's say? Like, let's
3.
say you want to put a building in, but how many steps and things are you looking at?
Well, they're all encompassed under the land development regulations. In the land development regulations, there's lots of stuff to look at. I mean, more than I could list, but certain things would only apply to certain properties. So a lot of them are like location specific. You would only look at the residential compatibility standards if you're adjacent to single family homes. So it really does depend on the property. They would work with staff to see what they do have to meet and what they don't. But zoning is your first one. Zoning, your zoning district would give you, and that's again, under the land development regulations, that's what would give you your height.
Under the regulations.
And then the reductions from there would be things like residential compatibility and overlays.
But developers know how to read the code. They're, either their planner, whoever they're using, or an architect would know how to read the code to find out all of the items. So when they design the building or do a feasibility analysis, as they call it, to see how many units they can fit, they have to look at all the setbacks, the compatibility, landscaping, parking, what the city's going to require for all that. So they know if the piece of land they're buying is actually financially feasible before they even put a contract on it. So
I guess my question is then, just because you have on the
map.
map an area that's allowed to be built to a certain height, doesn't necessarily mean
No.
at all that that's
No.
just the way it is. You're just saying, hey, we think it might be able to handle that, and if it fits into all these other plans, then yes.
Right.
Multiple, I guess what I'm asking, there's multiple.
And again, this map doesn't say anything about height. That's what I need, that's what I keep trying to repeat to you guys. This map does not give you height. This map, what it'll tell you is what you can apply for density and uses. How many units you can get and what type of uses you can do. So like our mixed use districts allow for an array of uses and there'll be a number attached, how many units you can apply to that property. It doesn't actually give you height. Height is capped within the land development regulations, under zoning and all the other standards we have for, again, overlays and zoning. So we are attaching some of the zoning information here to give you guys an idea of what it looks like, and we know that height is a hot button issue. So we are talking about height, but again, this map does not just permit height. You have to go into the land development regulations to get height standards.
Okay. Okay, anything else? Anybody else? Oh, see, too much information. Creates more questions.
Yay, just what you wanted. So I guess Vivian, or Miss Brooks, you had mentioned somewhere a few minutes ago that the 7 stories, 75 feet for ocean, but yet this says 35. So is it 75 or is it 35?
That's 35 on fronting ocean.
Right,
That's the max that fronts it. That's to
Okay.
keep that pedestrian, small
right.
scale feel.
Well, it's not that deep. I mean, if
Right,
you go
the
back to
road-
30 feet, that gives you what, 10, 20 feet that you can make a 7-story building on?
You have to
Let's
have a
use
lot
this
of-
as an example. This is, I think, is a good example. So your land use, you're going to come here and you're going to see my land use says I can do 50 units per acre and I'm allowed to do mixed use. The next thing I do is I open up my LDRs and it says my zoning is going to be MU3. MU3 says, okay, I can build 75 feet. Okay, great. So we went from our land use to our zoning. After that, you then look through the rest of the regulations to see if there's any other restrictions. Here, you would pick up at least one, which would be the Ocean Overlay District, which would further cap it at 35 feet within an area. So right now, 35 feet is capped in the first block, 30 feet deep to create the pedestrian scale. So you see how we're going through like tiers of height? This is the
Right.
broadest level, so it has to have the biggest margins. Then they're slowly capped as you go through regulation.
Okay, but
And
then
then
I'm,
there's also the sidewalk, the 16 feet back.
Yes, and all that
You
comes
got
into play
16,
too.
then 30 feet, then,
okay, so then that makes me wonder why the heck even have the 75 on there? Are you planning for some natural disaster to wipe everything out, and so then we can just replace it with the 75 feet?
That's what
Because
Vivian
everything
said
will be
later. 'Cause
gone?
the 75 is tied to the zoning, not the
So then why
overlay.
do we even have that?
Because that zoning is used in other places. You can see that that color is used in other places on the map too, where
So-
75 feet is appropriate. This 35-foot cap is specific in location to the Ocean Overlay
Yeah,
District.
so then why don't we change that zoning map so it reflects this, so that you don't have people screaming 75 feet on Ocean Avenue when it really is going to be 35, because you're running two different sets of maps at the same time?
No, because they regulate different things. Because if we change zoning, it changes the density. So we're trying to keep density and limit height, and they're just done at two different levels of regulation.
But Ocean Avenue doesn't want the density or the height.
Within
in
our
this little
TOD.
area, in this cultural area.
I understand. We're trying to get people close to our train station. So we are trying to increase
Yeah.
people. We do want people because nothing else that we want
Yeah.
is going to work unless we have people.
And
Yeah.
there's really very few humans on Ocean Avenue at all. And I think,
Well, that's a factor of that tornado that ripped down all those houses years ago.
well, I mean, there's no walking. There's a couple small businesses, Hurricane, your family's business, FSP and the cafe. There's very few walkable or things that make people want to walk there or even go there for a destination. So you need bodies to create business. Business doesn't come without bodies. If there's no bodies, there's no business.
Yeah.
And that's just the way it is. So, and since 1980, when we adopted the first plan, it was like, create a vibrant downtown. And it has been in every single plan. And without bodies, it cannot happen. And it just cannot happen. And density is bodies. And density, yes, it does need some height, but our feedback from developers is we don't need as much height as you guys are saying. You can take it down. We just need units. Because they're building smaller units for younger people, millennials, who are, renting longer. This is the new world order. People aren't buying as much as they did. So, this is what will change it to what we have envisioned for many, many years.
Right.
And, some people will say, oh, Ocean Avenue is just fine now. Well, then why have we been for years saying we want to change it?
Well, it's not fine, and I have no problem with the micro units. I think Mayor Grant is straight on that. I've been saying something about that for years. So I think that I don't have my issue is not the density so much. Mine is we really need to keep a grip on this height. And then I'm sitting here going, and this is what everyone's saying. Well, why are we running two sets of maps? That's nice, there's an overlay, but why not just say specifically this area is 35 feet and not even bring in the 75 feet?
Well, that's why we're talking about it now. That's why it's number 7, because we're
Yeah.
saying
But
this
then,
is
but then why
controlling.
have that other thing that, oh, we have an overlay to work with, and why not just get rid of this to begin with and make your life easy?
Unfortunately, it just is that complicated though, because different layers of regulations just govern different things. And there's no other way for us to allow people and cap our height because they're just governed at two different things. And again, like all the projects that come through are gonna go through our public hearing process. You guys will be able to see everything that gets developed, and public comment is permitted at everything. That is the good thing about having all of our mixed-use developments being planned, that they're all public hearings.
Yeah, that's not the issue. It's the fact that we have changes in government, as we know and we've seen, and some people are pro-smart development, some people are pro, hand me a check and I'll let you have whatever you want.
Yeah. I can say that the key to that would be implementing this plan. It's just to
Yeah.
make sure that it doesn't stop at this planning stage and it actually goes through the implementation guide and actually get these standards into our code.
But
That's
that
going
gets
to be the
back to
key.
what Mike was saying with, the next commission could be money hungry and, oh, the developers are writing checks to everybody for their future campaign
Well,
funds.
Susan,
and we get it.
staff cannot control that.
No, I know, but that's what this is.
I know.
We're looking towards, and we're going, you know, are the people being represented? The people actually living down there saying one
Susan,
thing?
I know, I hear you, I feel your pain, but remember, when staff brings things forward, we hope that it becomes, you know, this, and we work towards that, and once it gets to the political realm, that's, you know, what, not anything we can do. We make our recommendations, and, you know, based on planning practice and, you know, best practices, and that's all we can do. We can't, you know.
And hopefully some citizen input. Yeah, okay, thank you.
All right.
I have another question. Boynton Beach overlay, is this a separate item, correct?
Yes, we talked about it when we talked about number 2, and that would be, again, this creating the pedestrian realm,
So
where
that-
there's a
that
much,
covers that.
yes. It's, what
So
it is, it's a
my
much,
motion is going to be,
Wait a minute, I think we have one more comment.
no, I'm not done yet.
Oh,
If I make a motion to just include Second Avenue, this
under 7, are you talking about number?
into the ocean overlay district, is that where I'm looking to go?
It depends on what you're wanting to accomplish, if you can tell me what you're trying to accomplish.
Setbacks, you know, just you know, 30 feet back, you know.
So in other words, on Second, you want to do the same development form where it's,
I want to make that ocean overlay. I want to capture that between First and Second into some kind of overlay. Does that make
well,
sense?
okay, would you rather say that from Second south, that the height is limited?
Second north.
Well, I wouldn't go to recommend heights yet, but I do think we can absolutely include that whole block
Okay.
into the district, into the
Into the
overlay.
district. And
That
that's
we
where
can
I'm
do.
going, yeah.
And that way, once we get to developing the overlay standards, all of us can figure out how to deal with design of buildings, because I'd be afraid to say that that height will work or that height wouldn't, because if we're limiting height on one side, we can't really limit the same height on the other side, because then we're going to end up with like a
Yeah.
I get that.
like a
Yeah.
tower in the middle.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not talking about Boynton Beach,
The Eiffel Tower.
I know what you're talking
which
about.
is
Yeah.
both sides of the street.
Yes.
Right.
Yep.
I'm talking about Ocean Avenue, which
Right.
is Ocean Avenue North, or South, and then that extra block.
Right. You want to, I
Well,
understand. You want to
now,
extend
wait a
it to the
minute.
CRA
Wait, wait.
boundary.
The overlay for Boynton Beach Boulevard goes one block south,
Yes.
Right,
It goes to First.
that's done.
so that goes to First.
Right.
So really, the overlay that Alan's talking about, or the Ocean Avenue overlay, we're talking about going from First all the way to the CRA district?
Yes. That's the way I understand it. So,
Right,
on-
yeah,
so both sides of Boynton Beach Boulevard will be governed by the Boynton Beach overlay.
right.
And then moving south, the entire cultural district will then be covered by the cultural district overlay,
Down to Second.
down all the way to the boundary of the CRA.
Thank you.
Exactly right.
That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah. Is there.
Right. Thank you, Mike.
Yeah.
Yes.
And we can do that, it's just that when we develop the overlay, we'll have to look at different regulations for ocean than for First and Second. So we can include it, and then the standards will just have to differ a little bit between what street you're on, which is fine.
Oh, okay. I agree completely with Susan about, my name is Jean Rizicki, Southwest 10th Avenue. 416, is that what you want? Okay. With Susan, you all know what you know and what you're presenting to us. From our side, what did they say about the baseball field years ago? Build it and they will come? Well, hell, you change the zoning and you change the height, and they will come, and they will come for 10 stories, because they're developers and they're moving up the coast, and you know that from Fort Lauderdale, and they see this property and they say, oh my goodness, the corner, we're backing up just a second, and Woolbright and so on, we have 4 corners and we can go 10 stories, but you know what? We're not going to. We're just going to go 3 stories. Now, that doesn't seem to be the mentality of most of these developers. They want more bang for their buck. So instead of changing it as an ad-need basis, you changed everything and they'll come and say, well, your land use map says I can do this. And you say, oh no, we were to see our meeting in August of 16 and they said you couldn't do that.
No, at first, it's not up to developers. All developers have to meet the code. What we're talking about is land use. Those standards will be in the zoning code, so it's not based on this meeting at all.
But it's kind of frustrating when it seems that the residents are fighting the city commission and the developers. They seem to be CRA, city commission, and developers on one side, and the citizens that can't even give a little bit. I mean, if they want one thing, can't they just share the pie? Do they have to have everything? Can't you leave some for the residents? Anyway, I think it's frustrating, and I just think it's some of it seems underhanded to me. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, number 8.
Wait a minute, we haven't
Okay.
a recommendation yet.
Okay. Can we have it?
We
Alan?
have to make a recommendation.
I would like to make a recommendation that we approve the land use code for item number 7 with the stipulation that the overlay system or the overlay plan for Ocean Avenue be extended south 1 block.
I'm sorry, the what?
The Ocean Avenue overlay,
The extended,
South.
what's the word I'm looking for?
South to the CRA board.
No, I got that. The Ocean Overlay District, if you will, be extended 1 block to 2nd Avenue.
the extended to Second Avenue?
Yes.
Okay.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Who's second, I'm sorry?
Robert.
Robert. Which street is Second? Which street is Second Avenue on the map?
Right here.
Mike, can you show us
The
one more
CRA
time?
boundary.
You're just getting the whole map. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then one next layer is the Ocean Avenue overlay. So each layer could be perhaps interested in the cultural district's language that up against the overlay, this will happen. But it's okay that you're recommending consideration be given to the thought of making it all in the overlay. Here's a second.
Okay.
There's Ocean, City Hall, City Hall doesn't have the library, and,
3 blocks.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you want, second. That goes all the way to the end of the CRA district. Okay, I have a first and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Now we can go to number 8, the MLK corridor.
This is an easy one. Actually, staff is suggesting a change on this one. We think we should go to mixed-use low on this one.
Because right now it's high residential.
Yeah, we think it should go a little higher. The rationale for that is in order to get a grocery store, which the community desperately wants, on the north west corner of Martin Luther King and Seacrest, where we do own some land. We don't own all of it. I wish we did. We need to get more rooftops, and we think that mixed-use low would be better. Plus, we would also maybe like to, if somebody wants the flexibility of putting some, a hair salon in or some neighborhood services in a development in there, that they would have that flexibility to do that. So we just think it would be the problem with developing there, and I think we've discussed this before, is the cost to develop is the same there as it is on Federal and Ocean, but the rents are very, very different. So it makes a project not be financially feasible, so the more units it can get. But they are capped. They would be capped at 45 feet. Still, they would still have that 45-foot cap. So, so this is the area we're talking about.
The brown area?
Yeah. So it would basically just go to mixed-use low.
So it's the brown area, I'm sorry.
The brown area is.
When we're
Just,
proposing general commercial on the
Right.
railroad tracks,
On the tracks.
we are proposing
And then this is mixed use.
mixed use.
This is commercial. general commercial.
Sure.
And then this would be mixed use.
Right now, that's high-density residential.
Right. So it's just increasing the density a bit.
From 15 to 20, going to
Right.
mixed-use low.
No,
The density
I'm
is
just getting
good,
the whole
the
picture,
option
man.
for commercial
Right.
is good.
Right.
So in order to make this happen, it would be good to have this happen. It's more likely this will happen before this happens. So it's very, and, you know, we're trying to get this to happen. And tonight, you're going to hear a proposal on something right here and here. So,
Any questions?
so that's that's staff's recommendation for a change.
I have a question.
Go ahead,
On that way the brown is there, are those going to be residential houses or what we proposing?
And under mixed use, it can be residential with commercial, or it could just be straight residential.
And what the height of those?
45 feet, 4 stories, up to 45. You're going to hear a proposal tonight for right here on CRA-owned land right here. So you're going to hear a proposal tonight that will be very similar to something that would come in here, because that's mixed use right here. So you'll hear that tonight. So to align this right here with housing that could have, you know, like a small storefront neighborhood, you know, hair salon, barber shop would be good. There's very little retail in this neighborhood. There used to be a lot of neighborhood retail in here. There's very little left to neighborhood serving retail. So we'd like to do something here in the future. But again, there's a lot of vacant land, and we don't own it all, but there's a lot of vacant lots. And so in order to make this happen, we need to start to try to incentivize people to come in and develop. And one of the ways to do it is land use and zoning is a tool that's easy to do.
Right, and you've got commercial on the east and the west ends, or mixed use.
Yeah, this is
or
general.
Something where we can have
Right.
some kind of commercial on both
Right.
ends of
This would be
that.
more your retail, your regular retail, you know, grocery oriented with maybe other minor retail associated with that. This is a little heavier duty because it's on the tracks. So we don't see that as being like, you know, a nice neighborhood grocery. So we probably a little more intense type retail. So, but to fill this in first with housing would probably go a long way to making this happen. Family Dollar's there, right here on this corner. We do have interest in doing a grocery store. It's just the numbers are not there yet. This neighborhood is 380 acres, but there's quite a bit of still vacancy, vacant lots, vacant land. But
One more question on that. First, the street itself, Martin Luther King Avenue, we got any proposal, we gonna widen that, sidewalks, you know?
there is, we do ask them when they come, we haven't had a development yet, so we do ask them, when Family Dollar came in, we asked them to do the sidewalk and the, you know, the improvements and put the landscaping and all that. There's the sidewalk there. I mean, but we do want nice streetlights. They don't have
Right,
good
that's what I'm
streetlights.
saying.
So yeah, we will ask them to put nice streetlights and landscaping. Whenever we have land and we have a project, and we do ask that, but the city will certainly be asking that if anyone comes in, because that street we have a design for it actually, in our current Heart of Boynton plan that is with nice streetlights and it's supposed to be, again, this is a very narrow street. It's a community neighborhood street scale, so we don't want anything tall. We don't want any mega grocery store, like a 10,000 square foot grocery store would be nothing bigger would work there. So that's what we're looking at, neighborhood redevelopment. This community is neighborhood redevelopment. This is not downtown redevelopment. It's a totally different animal.
And the scheme for MLK it is already in the existing Heart of Boynton plan actually did carry over into this plan, the exact same street section. So it is already calling for wider sidewalks, street trees, the whole thing. The section's in your plan already.
Okay.
So for a recommendation for this one, though, how the math shows it as high-density residential, we would want
Mixed-use
a
low.
recommendation for mixed-use low
Okay.
to go to the city commission, or to go to the CRA board.
Okay.
Do I have a motion?
Motion that we, how you say that again?
That we want the Martin Luther King corridor
Okay.
It would go from high-density
go
residential
from
to
high-density
mixed-use
residential
low.
to mixed-use low.
Okay. You said it when you said
Yeah, I just said
it. Okay.
it. You said what I said. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. And last, we have the railroad.
I'm going to let Amanda do this one.
It's not easy. I feel.
Amanda, you're on that one.
Okay, hold on, go down to it.
The
I have a different document in front of me, so I want to make sure we're talking about this same, down, south. Okay.
It's way down. There
Yeah,
we go.
It's right there, number 9. Okay.
Oh, this is the industrial area.
Right. So in this case, and I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me, but in this proposal right now, we are proposing high-density residential on 4th Street, and we have some existing industrial on the track. So what we're doing is we're creating a buffer of general commercial in between. So instead of going from our residential straight to our industrial, we are kind of stepping it back. We're going from our residential to our general commercial to our industrial on the tracks. That's all this proposal is doing.
Basically, there's no, and I don't know if any of you have driven back there, there's no buffer between the housing and the industrial.
Yeah.
So it's just, which doesn't help the housing stock value at all.
Nope.
So,
We can't get just rid of the industrial there?
no. Industrial's like gold, let me
Just
tell
a
you.
question. I know it's like gold, but this is a sliver
It is.
of land.
I know.
In the middle of a residential neighborhood.
I know.
Which is kind of close to mixed use.
I know, it is, it's right next.
I'm all for industrial. It just, it's a sliver. It's
There's a lot of
Right
businesses
spot.
there.
Well, if, it's one thing to look at. If any of them want to go up for
So
sale.
the answer
buy
was
them.
no?
Well, we can't.
Anytime
buy
you
them,
talk about getting rid of,
sell. But if they go up for sale, we could certainly buy them.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, you could certainly, if you want to make that recommendation and that we, as the property goes, but it's very rare that industrial property goes for sale. It's probably got the lowest vacancy rate right now. It's hard to find. They're building actually more.
It's very hard to find. I get that.
Very hard.
We're building some out on Congress right now.
Yeah.
And it's on the track.
This looks like an incompatible use to me. Backing up to residential, mixed
Well,
use.
as Amanda said, it's really on the tracks.
Right.
That's where industrial really kind of came from, is being on the tracks. And
I mean, this would prevent putting our residential from on
I
the
don't
track. So the
mind
only
having
other
them there.
proposal I could see that we might be able to make it all general commercial. And so we bring it down a little bit, but otherwise we really are, if we move our residential any closer to the tracks, we're also creating a not perfect condition. And I don't think this is a perfect condition. I think we're making it better incrementally.
No, I'm not disagreeing.
I
I'm just
know.
having a conversation.
I know.
Or we could just make it,
Taxable values in industrial have gone up 9%.
It's pretty small.
Susan pointed out to me that in taxable values in our industrial districts in the CRA went up 9%. That's higher than all the whole CRA together went up. So that's pretty good.
No, industrial is a great builder as commercial
Right.
of our tax base.
And job creator also.
Job creator.
Yeah. Is there any other comments about this particular area? Do I have a motion to recommend the little change which puts a buffer in between the residential and the industrial of commercial, light commercial?
I'll make a motion to approve number 9.
Have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay, motion carries.
Now, if I can get a recommendation for the plan for the CRA board with the changes, if that's something you feel comfortable doing.
You mean just by doing 1 through 9, that wasn't enough?
No.
Motion to approve as amended, the future land use map.
It's consolidated, the CRA plan.
Call
Consolidated
it as
CRA
changed.
plan.
Let's not call it amended, because it hadn't been amended
Yeah.
yet. Let's call it as changed.
With changes.
With
With
changes.
recommended changes.
With recommendations.
With recommended changes.
With recommendation?
With
With
recommended changes.
recommendations. Consolidated CRA.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries.
Chair, I'm sorry, I didn't get who's second.
Who was the second?
Dr. Jim.
Dr. Jim, second.
Dr. James?
Okay, the next item on our old business is consideration of responses to the Ocean Breeze East RFQ RFP.
This item before you is, I think you were here when we did this. This is a piece of land we own, 4.5 acres off of Seacrest.
Oh, right.
And it is a piece of land that we bought in conjunction with another piece of land across Seacrest on the west side that is now redeveloped into 21 homes. We have been trying to get this done, but at the bottom of the market, it was very hard to get multifamily done. And in addition, because of the rent structure in that neighborhood, the subsidy that's needed there is quite high, and so people have to go to the state and various
This is the one that
sources.
went through the lottery?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
very convoluted. So we went out again, the board directed us to go out again, seeing what we could find, and we had 2 proposers, and you'll hear from them tonight. They'll each have 5 minutes to talk to you about what they're proposing. I do, in the interest of transparency, I need to say that the commission is looking at possibly using this site as part of the town square redevelopment for a police and fire station, Fire Station 1 and police headquarters. That decision has not been made. They are going to be issuing an RFQ for town square. I'm not sure when, maybe the next month, I hope. And then when they get proposals in, the proposals should include whether they want to use this site or not, or any other land the city or CRA has. We also have land on Federal that we purchased in Marigas that could be used for Fire Station 1. So we're putting all of that into that mix of, do you want to use High Ridge, which the city owns? And so there's a lot of uncertainty, and I want to, in the interest of transparency for you and for the respondents, to say, they may decide to cancel the RFP tomorrow or Tuesday night. I just don't know. So, because they may want to leave the option open of using this for a future police and fire.
Center.
So,
Okay. But we can still hear from them.
yes. So, I guess New Rock will, I guess if we do the order of the vote, alphabet, we'll go with New Rock. Is New Rock here? Okay.
Hi there. Can I ask you a quick favor?
Sure.
Is it possible we made some minor updates to our presentation? Can we replace them quickly?
Yes, it's fine. Yeah.
We just told Johnson we couldn't because it wasn't part of the.
I'm going to let them go.
You got that look.
I got the Teresa look. What did you change?
There's some summary stuff. I can try to do it without.
Yeah, do it without. Let's just, because we got to go. Sorry, we have a budget to do. That's going to be.
Yeah, we haven't got the budget yet.
We haven't got your budget.
Okay. Thank you.
Riley's got the gift.
Thank you. My name is Bradley Miller. I'm with Miller Land Planning. I'm at 508 East Boynton Beach Boulevard here in Boynton Beach. I'm a land planner and been around the area since 1990. So listening to all this this evening and over the past couple months has been interesting. And now here representing New Rock companies for actually both of the RFPs on the Ocean Breeze parcel as well as MLK. New Rock is an affordable housing developer. Robbie Block, you've seen his name in the package, is the vice president of the company, and he would like to be here tonight, but he's actually up in Tallahassee working with the Florida Housing Financing Corp on the funding of and the whole program that these developments are based on. So I do have with me Alan Schneer, who's a consultant as well for New Rock and the affordable. So if there's some technical questions, I'll defer to him. But to go through this quickly, New Rock has over 9,600 units that are owned and managed that are affordable projects and 35 different properties. They have been designated 12th largest affordable housing developer in the country with offices in Florida, Georgia, Texas. I would emphasize that the Florida location is actually here in Boynton Beach. It's outside of the city limits, but it's in the western part of West Boynton Beach. So they are a local developer. And their properties include both family-oriented properties as well as senior properties. They, all their properties, they develop, they build, they manage, they provide the services, so they stay involved in the properties throughout. This is the conceptual plan that we put together that includes 100 units that are surrounded around the perimeter of the property, with the entrance on the north side. Teresa, is this a pointer? Okay. I'm always afraid to push a red button without knowing what it is. So the entrance is...
Can you orient us to the streets so we know?
Absolutely. This is... and
Oh, I see Seacrest.
That was actually one thing I did to the PowerPoint. This is Seacrest Boulevard. This is 7th Avenue, Northeast 7th Avenue, and this is First on this side. And then there's actually a developed property on the south. So we've got buildings surrounding the outside, which creates the pool of parking area within the middle. We have a clubhouse area and pool and a park setting in the area. Conceptual plan that provides for 3-story units that have a whole mix of units. This provides you an elevation of the 3-story. It gives you some feel to what the development will appear to be. This gives you a breakdown of the units. You can see out of the 100 units, there's a mix of single 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and 3-bedroom, and some of the amenities that are going to be provided within the development itself. The financing structure is really a critical part for you to know about. The sale, as it's known, the state apartment incentive loan, is based on a 4% basis. And actually, I've gotten an education here just to try to catch up on what this is. And it's a state funding source for developments like this that are based on tax incentives. And there's 2 different processes that you're going to hear tonight. One is the 4%, which we're proposing here for Ocean Breeze. And that is granted through a state process. There's a 9% process, which is more of I call it a lottery system, where you put your name in the hat, and it's a selection process that is regulated by the state. There's no guarantees in that funding source to come available if you're under the 9% criteria. We're proposing for this development to do this under a 4% program, which means that about 40% of the development costs would come out of this funding source, and then there's about 60%, those numbers vary, but around 60% would be from a private source as a first mortgage source. So this would, there would be no lottery system as part of this part of the development. They do offer a breakout program where they work with the children in the neighborhood and provide activities. To give you some development, they do have developments throughout the area. They're in Davie and Pompano Beach. In West Palm Beach they have. They also have some in other areas. The home base for New Rock is out of Georgia, but again, I'll emphasize they do have their Florida office, which is right here in Boynton Beach. So these are giving you some vision of some of the projects here locally that they've provided. All of these are affordable developments. Spring Hill is on the West Coast. So with that, I would open it up for any questions or comments. And we do want to emphasize in the evaluation process, I think we ranked at 83 points out of the 100. And hopefully we get your support on recommending us to move forward with this development.
And the financing is not going to be dependent upon that lottery system?
It is not for this one, no.
That was my question. I thought that sale, is it a grant sale? I don't know what they called it.
Yeah, I was asking the same questions to try to gather an understanding. Yeah. It's a tax incentive basis where you want to. Yeah, I'll let Alan Schneer, who has much more experience with this than I do, to give you some explanation.
I guess. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Hi. Good evening. My name is Alan Schneer. I'm a resident of Boynton Beach, and I've been doing this for about 38 years of my life. And I was on the original call that created the tax credit program. That's been probably the best program to ever come out of Washington to redevelop neighborhoods. What you're trying to get at is it's a tax-exempt bond, and because it's a tax-exempt bond, that's the private financing side of it. That generates what's called a 4% low-income housing tax credit, which means there's no lottery system. We don't have to compete. There's enough money in Florida today to fund, I believe, almost all of the sale loans that are going to be coming in over the next, I'd say by November, that's when the applications will be due. So we're not going to have to go through the same strenuous period that some developers will by going through the 9%, as we call it, beauty contest. So I'm sorry to answer your question. There will be basically 3 ways of how we're going to finance this development, how New Rock will finance it. Through the sale of tax credits, which will be generated because of the tax-exempt bonds. So there's no competition to get those tax credits. We just have to be awarded bonds, which Palm Beach County has plenty of allocation. So we're pretty comfortable there. So we're just applying for the sale loan. And as I mentioned to you a couple of minutes ago, there's plenty of money that the state has allocated in this fiscal year to fund, I would say 98, 99% of the sale loans that are going to be coming in, sale applications.
Yeah, because I guess I wasn't aware that there was 2 like that. I'm not that good at it, to be honest with you. But I was saying, well, if it's a lottery, what's the alternative? Should you not get it, then what?
But we don't have a lottery here. We're not promoting a lottery. So yeah, so if you don't have, right, if you go that route, and if you don't win, if your lottery ball is not #1 in Palm Beach County, then you got to wait another year.
Right, that's why I said it's been a long, right, and to be depending on that would be, you know.
We've lost that a couple times.
Yeah,
already.
yes, that's why I was. Well, I don't know if you know the answer. How did they change that and say?
No, it's been like this.
Forever?
I mean, for a long, long time.
And the CRA owns the property, and
Yes.
How does that go? Like we own it, but they build on it. Is that
Right, and what we do typically, how we work with our property is if you select somebody, we will bring back a purchase and development agreement outlining exactly what we want and the purchase price and all of those things, all the business terms, and a development timeline, which actually is driven by the financing in this case. And then they have to perform under it, and we sell the property based on the price that's agreed to, and they have to meet the development timeline to the best of their ability. Sometimes there are things that come up like, P&D board doesn't meet a certain month or something like that, but, so that's how it works. We've been doing this quite a bit that's what CRAs do. They buy property, either clean it up, get liens off it, whatever we need to do, and we turn around, and a lot of times we'll take that property and write it down so that we can make it feasible for developers to do projects. Otherwise, sometimes it's not feasible for developers.
I mean, are we selling it back? Is that?
We will sell it. We will sell it. In this case, we'll sell it.
After it's developed?
No.
No,
As
it
part
will
of the development
we
agreement.
wouldn't close on it. We never give property away until there's a closing for the construction and they have permanent financing and all that. It happens all simultaneously.
Okay.
So.
I guess because it seems odd to me. I was like, well, we sort of seem like we sell the property after, which maybe that's the way it goes. I don't know. I'm not. Or would it be more beneficial to sell the property to somebody and have it developed that way? Is that possible?
Well, that's the goal, is to get it developed, because we don't want to just own property. Our goal is not to own property. Our goal is to buy it, like I said, clean it up, get rid of any liens or whatever issues are on it, and then try to find somebody that will invest in it, find a partner, basically, and then we get into a development agreement with them.
Okay.
And they will actually own that property when they do A, B, C, D, E, F, G. So they have to go through this process, and then they will own it. But we never give property before, typically before there's maybe a lot here and there for habitat, but not a big valuable piece of property like this, which is worth $1.5 million.
But is that so that we sort of know what's going there? I mean, like if we were to sell that property for $1.5 million, let's say, and
Yeah.
somebody could put, I don't know what there.
They could hold it. It could stay vacant, and
For
we wouldn't
forever.
have control over it. We would not necessarily know that we're meeting the CRA mission.
That wouldn't be a better plan, I guess. Seems like $1.5 million is a lot of money.
Well, there's plenty of people doing that already. I
I just wanted to ask that question. That was the one thing, and particularly about the lottery part. I just thought it was, there was a 9% and a 4%.
Yeah, the state has the 4% and the 9%. The 9% in some cases is needed on a piece of property, depending on, like in Miami, where land is so expensive, you would need it, because there's no other way to make the numbers work. So in some cases, you need to go for it. You have no choice. There's just, and you'll hear about that later,
Okay.
down the agenda.
I'm still learning some things.
Actually,
Thank you.
This
to
is one
follow
good
up
thing
on
about this
that-
job. You're never bored, because there's always things to
Just to
This
follow
job that
up on
doesn't
that,
pay you.
a difference between the 4% and the 9% as it relates to this project is we're anticipating being able to get through that process and close in the early spring and be well into the development next year, where through a 9% program, you have to wait till, I think it's November or December, to find out if you get the 9% funding or not.
So your funding is, 99.9%,
Yes,
which is good odds, you're saying? Pretty good odds.
that's pretty good
You're
odds.
feeling confident?
Yes.
Okay.
And the 9%, what the 9% does, it pays all, the difference between 4% and 9% is 9% pays all of your construction costs and developer fee. So that's, yeah. So there's projects that need that, and then there's projects that don't need that. And in this case, this project doesn't need that. So that's, that's just the difference. And so.
Bradley, you might want to mention a little bit, just briefly, kind of the structure of the acquisition from a sales price perspective, and how you're putting together we explained the 40% of development costs and 60% is coming from kind of a conventional loan process, but just kind of maybe just break it really simply between the purchase price and how the project gets built.
I'll let Alan address that, who is
Because
involved
that
more
is
in the
obviously
details.
part of the proposal. Thank you.
Okay. I don't have all my notes with me, but I do have, I hope, my good memory for an older gentleman. We're estimating that project is going to cost about $20 million. I don't say project, the actual development, of which we're going to pay for the land, and all we could, because it is a tax-exempt bond, so we're not going to have as much money as a 9%. We're offering $800,000 for the land to be paid at closing, and then we're going to have a bond, and we're going to have tax credits of a bond of about $9 million, tax-exempt bond, and the balance of that we made up with tax credits. So it'll be about $8 or $9 million worth of tax credits that we'll be getting from private investors that buy tax credits. But what we'll be able to afford to pay for the land is $800,000, because we are going the route of a 4%, knowing that like I said before, we're 99.99% certain we're going to receive. Unfortunately, that will be lesser money than going through the competitive process, which there is, we just gone through that. So.
Okay.
I also want to point out that a community contribution is required, and they're asking for $100,000. So that is a requirement of going through the Florida Housing Finance. So now it can be in kind, it could be, site development services, it doesn't have to be cash, it can be other things.
How much was it?
100,000.
Yeah.
And offering 800 for the land.
So netting 700.
And we paid, did we pay 500 for it?
Oh, no, we paid a lot more. But that was both sides for 9 acres. It's 7 million at the height of the market.
How much?
Not 9 million? No, 7 million for 9 acres,
For both sides.
for both sides.
My concern is the project look good and outstanding, but are they going to be affordable? What the price range? Are they going to be rental property? Are they going to be, you can own it?
They will be rental. They're considered under the affordable through these programs to be affordable housing, which is based on the average mean income here in the county.
Yeah, because I think the average income in that area is probably about $35,000 a year.
It's a little higher than that for the county, because they use the whole county.
Okay.
The median income for Palm Beach County is about $64,800. And in this community that we hope to build, you're looking at addressing what I call the middle income, upper lower income to middle income families. Rents will be in the $900 range, maybe $1,000 for a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, and as low as probably $600, $700 for a 1-bedroom unit. I don't have the exact breakdown in front of me, but they will be what we call affordable to families that earn no more than 60% of the area median income.
Okay.
Because they use the county.
Okay. We have someone else? Any other questions for?
That $100,000 can be in kind,
It can be in kind,
utilities.
right? Your hookup fee, utilities hookup fee,
Right.
the streetscape, whatever. They just have to have a community contribution.
Just so the gentleman that walked out, I was going to address it. The $64,000, the average income is based on a household of 4, which is how the county controls it.
So how many units do you think you'd be able to get there?
That plan is designed for 100.
100 units. So when we figure out the tax increment revenue, is it based on the units? Is it based on the appraisal? It's based on the appraised value.
It's based on rent control like these, the assessed value, the way they appraise it at the property appraisers is by the rent roll. So it doesn't make a lot of TIF. It doesn't create a lot of tax increment because of that. unlike Seabourn Cove, which throws off a whole bunch of tax increment. But there's a couple goals here with this project. The need for decent, affordable rental in that community is huge. The amount of blighted rental in there it would shock you if you went into some of these units that Americans live this way, and they're forced to because there's just nothing they can't afford. There's no decent, affordable housing in that community. It's very limited, extremely limited, and Mike can attest to that. We go into a lot of units and see them because we buy a lot of them and get rid of them because they're just not fit for humans. So the goal in a CRA, one of our major goals, if you remember back to the training, is in the state statute is affordable housing.
Right,
And
it's specifically listed.
In this neighborhood, there has not been, other than single-family for sale units, there's been no rental housing built for many, many years. This site was the site, and I bet Tom can attest to remembering Boynton Terrace, was very poorly run. It was a rental. It was a Section 8 rental, which was very bad. And the community remembers that. The key to a good rental project is, or any multifamily, is management. So I don't want anybody to get hung up on, oh, that Boynton Terrace was terrible, it's gonna be just like that. It's management. And everybody has to go through a background check on these type properties. They keep a tight rein on it because, otherwise their numbers won't work. If they have to, their maintenance numbers go up, the project doesn't work. So, but the need is very strong in that community for that. And there's 2 elementary schools there, so there are families that would move there because they're 2 great schools. There's just no decent housing. There's very little decent housing there.
So which was kind of going to my question. I assume that New Rock and whoever we're going to hear from next, they both have management kind of contracts that go for the duration of the project.
Yes.
I think we've had this conversation before.
New Rock actually does their own self-management as opposed to, some companies will sub that out to a management company, but for New Rock, it's self-managed properties.
Because that's the key to, not having
Absolutely.
the slums of tomorrow.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Big time.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Bradley.
your presentation.
Thank you. And Teresa's going to load up the next one. The guy that
You.
I heard him talking to you about Del Rey, and then I said something.
Stone.
He said, oh, and I was like, oh, that's out there.
Couldn't be no smaller.
Thank you.
Couldn't be no smaller. Yeah. Gee.
My magnifying glass.
Do you want a cookie? I have one already. Thank you.
I don't know.
Cookie invitations.
Yeah.
Salem.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Michael Hartman. I'm an acquisition developer with Roundstone, and this is my associate, Robert Colvard. We're here to talk to you about our proposal tonight. Let me say, first of all, that I don't have as much gray hair as Mr. Schneer because I've only been in this business 28 years, so he's got me beat a little bit. I've only been in it since 1988, so. But I've known him for a long time. He's a very good gentleman. I consider him a friend, and we've been friendly competitors for a long, long time. Okay, getting right into it. How do I? Oops, what did I do? Which one? Oops. Okay, all right. First of all, we considered 4% in sale versus 9%. And we rejected doing sale because in your package I've given you, you've been told that sale is a slam dunk. Well, let me just give you a historical perspective on last year. Last year there was 23 sale applications filed in the state of Florida. Only 9 of them were funded. Unlike 9%, there is no guarantee that each large county will get a sale award, okay? In fact, last year, out of the 7 large counties, only 4 of them received a sale award. On the 9% cycle, while it is very competitive and it is a lottery in the end, it is guaranteed that Palm Beach County will get an award of 9% credits. So one deal in Palm Beach County will be done. Unlike sale, there is no guarantee that Palm Beach County will get a sale loan. That's why we went with 9%. Another reason we went with 9% is that it gives us more sources. We are spending over $138 per square foot on our development. We want to build quality because we're on the hook as developers for 15 years on guarantees. If anything goes wrong with this property, cost overruns, operating deficits, the same, we're on the hook personally. Our owners sign personal guarantees as well as corporate guarantees. So we're not going to go away. We're going to be there. We're going to be watching the property because you're right, management is everything. After 23 years of watching this, I've seen what happens if you don't do very careful management, especially up front when you're screening residents, and it can be bad. I've seen over 100 developments in my 28 years, and I've seen good and I've seen bad. So, the second option that we propose to you is a truly non-competitive option. We did this a couple of years ago right down the road in Delray Beach with the Housing Authority. We are in the process right now building out an 84-unit senior development there. It was financed with Palm Beach County tax-exempt bonds and a gap loan from the CRA. The only thing that that development had from the state was the 4% credits, which come automatically with the bonds, and those are non-competitive. If you go under the website, for instance, on sale, you'll see that the sale RFA is under the competitive cycle process. So it is not a slam dunk, in my opinion. What you could do is, if we file the 9% application, it gets filed December 8th. By December of this year, we'll know if we have a lottery ball or not. If not, we can go to David Brand at the HFA on January 1st, put in a bond application, and if the CRA finds it acceptable, we would use a gap loan from the CRA to build the development. So in that case, you would have a truly non-competitive application that would get done. This is Village Square, which is right down in Delray Beach. This is the entrance. What you see there, Village Square, is actually two phases. The first phase was a 144-unit family development, which we won a 9% allocation of credits from the state for. And then the second phase, which is under construction, is a senior development that was financed with Palm Beach County tax-exempt bonds and funding from the CRA of the city of Delray Beach. Some other developments that we've done in Florida, this is in Pinellas Park, the lodges. It was 120 units. It's a family. Just to give you an idea, these are actual pictures. These are not mock-ups. These are actual photos of our development. One thing that I want to get to about our site plan, or a couple things. Number one, if you see the dark orange boxes, the Heart of Boynton Community Redevelopment Plan talks about having commercial retail on this site along with multifamily. We've provided for that. Where the orange boxes are, that is 5,400 square feet of space on the first floor of that building that we would just build out to the walls and leave blank. If the CRA would like to keep control of the retail, what we're offering is we'll lease it to the CRA for $1 a year. Then the CRA can decide, do you want to put your offices in there? Or would you like to rent it out to local merchants? That would be your option. And whatever rent you charge those merchants, however little or however much, would stay with the CRA. It would not go with us. The other thing I'd like to point out about our site design is that we use function to provide security. If you look, the pool and all the playground and the gazebo are all in the middle of the development. They're surrounded by the buildings. So if somebody wanted to come in and, heaven forbid, wanted to kidnap a child, they've got to get past all those balconies on the outside. But even after they do that, they've got 46 families looking down on them if they try to come in. So that's why we designed this way, having the parking on the outside, having all the amenities on the inside. The other thing we have right at the clubhouse is a porte-cochere, so that then if people want, let's say they're bringing their groceries and it's raining, they can go in through that entrance and get to their apartment without having to go out in the rain. So it gives them a little extra amenity.
And the green around is green area?
Yes, that's all the greenery and the shrubbery.
And these are all connected, except, I mean...
There's an opening in the center there. It's a very small opening, probably about, let's see, I think it's a 35-foot setback between the two buildings. But it provides entrance and exit in case of a fire, but at the same time, it limits the ability of outsiders to come in to the property and potentially harm the residents.
I can't see the tiny writing. How many units is it?
It is 100 units. It is the same as the other one. It has 100 units. The big difference is that we have included retail of 5,400 square feet. It's facing Seacrest, so local merchants could be in there and serving the community. As I say, experience in the local market. We've been in Delray Beach working with them since 2010. A previous developer bailed out on them after 3 years without doing anything. We delivered what we promised. We delivered them 144 family units, and we're about to deliver them 84 senior units. So we will do what we say we're going to do. Our site plan, I think, I really like it. We tried to incorporate everything that's in your code. And I noticed that a couple years ago, this used to be only residential, and then it got changed to mixed use, and it says right in the Heart of Boynton redevelopment plan that you want a commercial retail component in addition to multifamily. So that's what we made sure we delivered to you. And this is a conceptual plan. I mean, we're not wed that this is the final plan by any means. We're open to suggestion from anybody. We just know that having built this in a number of areas, from a security standpoint, it works very well, and it met all the criteria that you had in your RFP. And finally, just to wrap up, why did we do 9%? The other thing that 9% allows us to do is pay a higher price. We can pay $3 million to the CRA, money that you can use anywhere you want to for this land. That's a little bit, that's why the 9% to me makes it better for you.
The elevation's 45 feet?
It's a three-story building.
No, it's a three-story, it's about 35.
35, okay.
Yep. Good evening, my name is Bob Culver. I'm just going to finish up real quick. So with the elevation that you see and the photos you saw earlier, this is just a basic timeline. It was discussed earlier, having to do with the application to Florida Housing and so forth. And this is basically how it would happen after we would receive the funding award. That's also in your packets. We do have the local participation plan with community outreach. We use social media, newspapers, different things. So we have that as well. And I wanted to leave you with this. This is just some bullet points from some of the reference letters that we have gotten over the years in our developments. And I won't read all of them to you, but the first one in particular, the one in Pinellas Park, that particular location was right on Park Avenue, which is their main drive through Pinellas Park, and they were extremely concerned with what we were going to put there. And as you can see, once it was built, this was the letter that we got from the Director of Zoning, that given its highly visible location, the city was interested in a product that would make a positive visual statement while also providing needed workforce housing, quite simply, Roundstone delivered. And just to back up what Michael said a few minutes ago, that's exactly what happened down in Delray Beach. We did this exact same financing that we're discussing with you right now, both types actually. We did the 9% and were successful. We did a bond deal without the sale, but with a CRA loan, and it was totally 100% non-competitive, and that's under construction and almost completed. So we'd be happy to take any questions.
So the 9% is your plan A, let's say, and then the plan B is like the gap loan. So you have two options.
Yes, we have two options.
That's what
Okay, the second one is not as lucrative to the CRA.
Right.
But we're saying you could get 2 bites at the apple. Do the 9%. You'll know by Christmas if you've got the 9%, and if you don't, then we go to Plan B and use tax-exempt bonds with the CRA providing gap financing.
I guess one more.
What's the purchase? What would the land be purchased for under Plan B?
Under Plan B, it's nowhere near as good. I mean, that's the problem why we didn't want to do it, because to the extent that you put a price in there for the land, it's going to increase the gap loan. So right now, we didn't really put a price in there to try and keep the gap loan as low as possible.
So
At the end of the day, zero.
At the end of the day, though, you would end up, what we did was we said we would give you the cash flow over the 50 years, and then at the end, or the end of the 40 years, and then also your loan would get paid off. The loan that you would put in, it would be about a $5.5 million loan, though, that it needs as a gap loan, which is basically what the sale is. The sale is $5 million, and it takes about the same. I mean, it's not going to be much difference either way.
Total project cost, you're saying it's not that much?
Total project cost is on ours. Like I say, we have a little bit more in construction because we like to put a little bit more into our deals. If I remember, I'd have to go back and look, but I think we're somewhere around $23 million if we go the 9% route.
Vivian, haven't we tried to go the 9% route for 3 years?
yes, and on these projects, it's not unusual for them to take several shots at it. It's how you get funded. If that's the route, I mean, and this is what the board has to decide is, do you want to take the chance? The land's not going anywhere, obviously. And, you know, you can continue to take the chance and that the project would get funded at, or get a good lottery number. Like they said, it's true, one deal gets done in Palm Beach County every year. So eventually you might actually get a good number and get,
We had a deal in Fort Lauderdale that it took 5 times. I will admit that.
and that means 5 years.
I
Yeah.
know.
So-
But it doesn't mean, when you say get a one project is funded, before you even get a lottery number, you have to.
You
have
apply.
to go through all sorts of.
Oh, yeah,
calls
you
for
put
your
an
project.
application together that's as thick as your book today.
And so then only
Right.
selection.
You have to meet threshold.
Right.
And then everybody that meets threshold goes in and they get a lottery number. So it's a lot of work. They shoot a lot of arrows, these guys. And they do it all over the state and obviously outside the state, both of them, because it is it's such a crapshoot, unfortunately. And it's an unfortunate system Florida has. And Florida, I think, is one of the few that does it this way. My understanding?
Well, I guess you can look at it from a number of ways. It depends. Texas, for instance, when they do their 9%, my question is a deal that scores 158 points under their system any more deserving than a deal that scores 157 points?
Well,
Michigan
is it any
does.
better than getting a lottery
Yeah.
ball?
Well, Michigan does a modified lottery. They say, okay, you have to have you can get 195 points, but everybody gets 185. Okay, 185 and up, you're all basically equal, and then you go into a lottery. Okay. On the sale, though, while it may not get to a lottery ball, it gets the leveraging. And as I said last year, there was 23 deals applied, 9 got funded.
And at the end of the day, ultimately, it still does come down to a lottery. It's not a guarantee. So you're going to end up with a lottery ball in either
Well, or
case.
you have a tiebreaker in sale, but you don't know what your competition's going to do.
That's what I'm asking,
until you
right.
file. So there's still a tiebreaker.
So when you say leverage, it's how much you bring to the table.
Well, it's how many sale dollars per unit that you asked for.
Exactly.
What was the average last year?
Least amount of public dollars,
Yeah.
generally.
In Large County last year, of the people awarded, if you look on your sheet, excuse me.
I couldn't see that with my glasses.
Right, and you got up there.
$13,000, $19,000, and $33,000 per unit. If the other company is going for a $5 million sale loan, then they would be at $50,000 per unit. So they would not be they would not have won last year's tiebreaker. I can't say to this year. I don't know how many sale apps are going to be filed. There is going to be more sale money, but when there's more sale money, there's more sale applications. So that would be the general trend. If there's more money, there's more applications. If there's less money, there's less applications.
Vivian, did the people who were trying to get the lottery number before reapply?
No, they missed the RFP. They were doing closing tax credit deals, so they missed it. I was Related Urban Group and
Urban related or whatever.
Urban Related, Related Urban Group. Related has an arm, an affordable housing arm. They missed it. So, my thing is, if you're going to do this, if in fact, according to the Heart of Boynton plan, that this is going to be housing, which it is, and it says nothing about a police and fire station, but we'd have to amend the plan. But if we're going to go forward as implementing the plan, both companies are qualified, in my opinion, to do this project. It's a matter of what funding source and how much money do you think the land is worth? And obviously 9% yields a better price for the land because it's just more money.
Yeah.
They get, like I said, they get all the money to construct the project. So they have money for land. So that's how that works. So.
My question is, what are we supposed to do? We supposed to choose between the two?
Yeah, just make a recommendation and.
Between the two?
Yes, and then we'll recommend that make that, known to the CRA board.
Okay. My question, to them is, I see the apartments, they're beautiful, but you saying that for security reasons, everything will be enclosed. So the parking lot gonna be on outside the building, right?
The parking lot will be, but all the amenities will be on the inside, which is where the children will be playing the most.
Right.
And that's what we're trying to do, is make sure there's a safe environment for the children.
Well, the only thing about that is, what about the handicap? If people are handicapped, where are they gonna?
If you look, let me see if I can go back to it.
Yeah, they could use porta shade.
Well,
We have sidewalks
no offense, but
throughout.
this is not gonna, this won't fly anyway, but that is like a detail, devil's in the details. This, under our code, this wouldn't work anyway for mixed use, because you can't have your buildings with parking and like that, pull-in parking. So it wouldn't meet code anyway, so, but that's just details, you know. Everything we do is subject to, you know, going through the process anyway, so, you know. The land use and zoning is on, or the land use and zoning is on there. So basically, they'd have to get a letter saying that the city's reviewed the site plan and okay with it, and they would have to change the site plan, to be honest. It doesn't comply. So, and that's okay. I mean, you know, they're not here to sell you on a site plan. They're here to sell you on, you know, a project, and can they fund it, and are they capable? That's really, I'm not saying, and in the colors, like, you know.
I mean, if the city wants us to change something between now and December 8th, that's not a problem in terms of the site
It's not uncommon when
plan.
you do a first conceptual site plan, you send it into the city, you get comments from them, then you make the changes based on the response, and you move forward. That's common with any development.
I did just one question. You said there's retail opportunity there.
Yes, sir.
That, and that being on Seacrest, but with, I guess I would think it would have accessibility to Seacrest. Somebody could ride up Seacrest Park and go into that.
Yes, yeah, you can see it's on the
As
first
opposed-
floor on the outside.
Right, because I'm familiar with the property, and I would say they wouldn't have to come in to the center and then park and walk through the center. They could get to that retail.
No, they could walk in there.
Right.
You know,
We have buildings that have just that problem.
Well, the buildings, it's actually in the first floor of the buildings. So it's built into the buildings, but it's accessible from the street.
guess
Yes,
what I'm
somebody
saying
could
is
walk up from a couple blocks away or from the neighborhood on the west side of Seacrest and go in there and access everything.
So I mean, so if you saw a barber shop there, they could just walk down Seacrest to get in, whereas we do have places that were designed where you have to, you can see the business from that main road, but you have to pull into the development and park in. It's a little bit.
Yeah, no, they could walk in. They could walk in.
And one more question, again, about the 9% for. So the 4% is not like the lock that I was.
Well, the 4% credits themselves come with the bonds, okay? So they're non-competitive. What's competitive on the 4% is the sale. And without the sale, the deal doesn't work.
Right, and you need that to make.
Right, and that's competitive. Like I say, there was 23 applications and 9 were funded last year.
And Palm Beach County does get one, like a guarantee, one person will get the 9%.
Yeah, if you look in the package, just yesterday, the state came out with an estimate of how the credits are going to be, and they have a breakdown for large county. Palm Beach County, they are saying, is going to get $2,095,000 and change of credits. In our projections, we're asking for $2,084,000. So we fall inside the amount of credits that they're saying that they're projecting that they're going to give to Palm Beach County.
Yeah.
So and what happens is in the 9%, yes, every county except for Miami-Dade, which gets 2, will get at least one deal under the 9%.
Is it possible that that some counties at time to time get 2 possibly?
No, the rule says, at least the rule from last year, they have not published the rule for this year, but the rule for last year and for the last several years has been 1 in each large county with 2 in Miami-Dade.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other projects that you're trying to get 9% funding for this year?
In Florida it is, but not in Palm Beach County. This will be our only development in Palm Beach County. We don't want to compete with ourselves, no ma'am.
Well,
that's a good idea.
That's that question.
I have a question as well. Typically, how many applications are there for the 9% tax credit?
It varies from county to county. I know for a fact, just because in preparation for this meeting, I did look it up, there were 12 applications filed in Palm Beach County last year. The large county is a little bit different than the medium and small in that all medium counties compete against each other. The large counties only compete within their own county borders for the one deal that they will get.
Right.
So whether it's 50 deals or 100 deals or 3 deals, it really doesn't matter how many statewide, it matters how many was in Palm Beach.
Palm Beach, right.
And last year there were 12.
There were 12 tax credits, 12 9% credit.
12 9% applications.
Applications.
That's
12, applications, one awarded, one awarded.
yeah.
And so one's guaranteed to be awarded in the county, and that's it, right?
That's
so,
correct.
so we're saying that the sale application has about a 40% approval, and the 9% tax credit is probably less than 10%, correct?
From a percentage standpoint, you're absolutely
Okay.
correct. The caveat being that there's no guarantee that Palm Beach will be one of those 40%. Because they don't have, but
They don't have,
have to do it in each county.
in sale, like I said, 3 of the 7 large counties got nothing last year.
Let me just speak to that real quick, because we could have done the same exact financing package that they put forth. And we thought about it, we actually talked about it at length. But we heard through the grapevine, through various sources, that you had been a little bit disillusioned with the 9% process because of the fact that you tried so many times and not gotten funded, put it that way. So the reason we put our proposals together the way we did was, A, was that if you decided you want to give it one more shot, we can go that route and find out by the end of the year if we got a good lottery ball. If not, and if that was your choice and you wanted to go exclusively 100%, no competition at all, you could provide the gap financing. That's a guarantee. That's the only guarantee.
Gotcha.
Which, by the way, we don't have.
Just going to ask you that question.
Your balance sheet, when I looked at it, had about $7 to $9 million of unrestricted cash, if I remember.
Yeah, it's not, it might look unrestricted, but it's pretty much spoken for, I think.
That's called operating capital.
But the point being is that's why we said it that way, was because we wanted to let you know that there is a true non-competitive option. Either way that you do this, it is going to be competitive. There's just no way around that.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
But the non-competitive, it'd be $5.5 million, and that would be like, that's greater than our whole project fund.
Yes.
So then, one more question I would have.
Remember that number?
Vivian, maybe you can answer this. So could you advise us if we say, okay, we like the 9% tax credit deal by Roundstone, but we don't like Plan B?
You don't have to do Plan B.
You don't have to do Plan B.
So we don't have to go with the Plan B.
You can limit your exposure.
So our exposure is really up until December.
Right.
And then after that, we don't have to accept Plan
Right.
B, and then we just go
And-
back to the drawing board. on
Right,
this.
and we may know something from the town square by then anyway,
Right,
so
okay.
and then the city would say, well, we're gonna give up this, then that's kind of my thought process. So, right now, we have no bird in the hand. It is unfortunate that it relies on a bingo ball, but it does.
Lottery. Got to feel lucky. I mean,
Don't ask me about that, I never win the
Irish,
lottery.
I feel lucky.
I'll tell you what, the deal that we got in 2014 at Fort Lauderdale, Bobby and I first looked at that land in 2007. So yes, it does take time sometimes to get it under any of the processes from the state.
That's something you have in one try. That's what happened in Delray.
Yeah, in Delray, we got it on the first try. Took us 5 tries in Fort Lauderdale.
And what was the project in Delray?
Delray is,
The old Auburn Trace, is that old?
now,
But it's,
Carver Estates site.
oh, Carver Estates.
Yeah,
Okay.
did a good job.
Did you feel lucky? Did you feel lucky, Steve?
This is one of the exterior one of the buildings. This is inside the clubhouse there.
Village Square?
Yeah, it's called Village Square. Down
it's
there-
on Southwest 12th Avenue off of Atlantic. If you go south from Atlantic, it's down, we're just past the grade school,
You see
or past the high
lounge
school.
area there, down that hallway is an exercise room, fully full with all the workout stuff. You can see the chairs there to the other side of those is actually a fully appointed kitchen where we have social activities within it. And it's beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
Yeah, just one comment, and I know it's a conceptual, and I really kind of like the clustered idea with the common area in the center. But there'll be no pull-in parking on Seacrest.
Okay, well, that was part of what was in the RFP, so we tried to accommodate you and see if the city will give it to us. I know.
The code just won't allow.
Anything changes to it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Make them do
And there is the whole fire thing.
that whole 35 feet it might have to be 40. Bigger things.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
They could do 45. They could do 45 if they want. But then they have to put elevators. That gets too high. They don't want to put elevators.
Somebody.
Uh-oh.
There he is.
Hi, Mark Carriger, 248 Main Boulevard. As you've seen in the packet, the scoring by the staff and also by a resident of the heart of Boynton since birth, a friend of Robert's and mine, Reverend Keith Moore, was involved in this. No one knows that neighborhood better than Keith Moore because he grew up in that neighborhood. And he was on both of the evaluation teams along with our staff. And based on the staff recommendations, New Rock scores 86 and Roundstone scores 73. As someone who is a certified real estate development graduate, in fact, one of my instructors was Mr. Schneer. I've learned my way around pro formas, and both of these did a good job. Last year, the one award went out to the Glades area. The county, on the 9% last year, the county is making the Glades area a priority based on need. We have been down the 9% road on this site 3 different times, all with quality companies. The 2 that you have in front of you are quality companies. The 9% at the end of the day is a crapshoot, okay? On the sale program, the likelihood on the sale program, the funds are there. And they look at, those things are reviewed. Florida Housing Finance Corporation, Dave Brandt is the local guy. You guys brought up Dave. I've known Dave for 5 years. And he wants something to happen in Palm Beach County. And Palm Beach County wants their share of the pie. And so Dave is the point person on that. Now, one of the things that they've talked about is the gap and relying on the CRA for the gap. $5 million, that dog don't hunt, okay? That's a reality, okay? It doesn't hunt. That takes all of your eggs and puts it in one basket, and it hurts other projects that have been needed for years. For example, we've been working on the Cottage District now for over 12 years. It's finally getting ready to go out to RFP. That land assembly took years and years to happen, okay? So we don't want to neglect the other projects in the other areas. So as someone who used to sit on the CRA board, as someone who understands these performers and understands getting the neighborhood input from someone like Reverend Moore and having them part of this process, staff has done their thing. And I would highly encourage you to follow the recommendation of staff and their scoring, and to recommend that this go to New Rock. Thank you.
Mark.
Well, Alan.
What? Was I supposed to make a motion?
No, well, do you have anything? I mean, did it start down with you? Do you have any comments or
Any questions? Come.
questions?
Concerns, questions, comments? Budget. Budget.
Dr. Jones?
Yeah. So what do you base your point system on?
Oops, sorry. Sorry. We base it on, actually what it is, it's the accumulation of all the reviewers' points. So if you look in the backup, let me get to that one. You'll see, it's accumulation of everyone's scores. Andrew Mack, the development director, Mike Simon, myself, and Reverend Keith Moore. So if you look at it, it's the, it's experiencing completing comparable development projects within local markets, similar to the project area, ability to proceed immediately, ability and experience in bringing additional subsidies to the project other than the CRA, experience in management of multifamily developments, so that might be how many units you're managing right now, project's adherence to the goals and objectives of the RFQ and reference Boynton Beach CRA documents, resident amenities and public benefits, proposed purchase price, development and operating pro forma, and commitment to use local residents in the project. So those are the criteria that it's, that in the point system, and it equals to 100, obviously. So when you took everyone's scores and put them together, Roundstone was 83 and 86, not that different. But, and we're not making a recommendation, we simply are presenting the score and saying, you know, this is the score. It really comes down to what the goal of the advisory board is. Is it, I mean, the goal obviously is to get the property redeveloped. That's what we're here for. Who do you think would have the better chance? It's, you know, the $3 million, don't be, you know, don't get hung up on that. I mean, yeah, it would be great to have $3 million to work with in our budget, but it's only there if the project gets funded. So really what is the likelihood of it getting funded? I think, you know, Dr. Jim did a great analysis for, you know, what is the actual percentage chance? Then that's really what it comes down to. What's the percentage chance of it happening? That's really what it is. It's really, what are your odds? What are the odds? You know.
When if we look at the new Rock proposal with respect to how much they need in community funding and how much they need for the land.
Well, the other one needs the same thing. They both do. They both are required to have that. That's just a requirement of the process. That they both need $100,000. They're both requested the same thing. So that's
good to know.
Yeah.
In the Plan B, I guess, was 0 for the CRA, plus they needed $5 million. The other one had an $800,000.
0 for the land and $5 million. So
right, for loan.
Yeah, so that's a non-starter because.
Right, I know. Well, Plan B would be. But my question is, if you know, whichever one we recommend, is there still some negotiation that the city would go through with these before it actually gets submitted?
Oh, absolutely.
So there wouldn't necessarily.
Oh, no. This is just the point is in the direction you want us to go. We come back with basically, it's not a term sheet, but it's a development.
Okay, that's what I'm asking.
And then it's got the business terms, and then the lawyer does the lawyer thing, and then, you know, then we bring it back to you, and it's an agreement. Like I said, that has, here's the timeline, here's how long the agreement lasts, here's what they need to do, here's what we do, and that's what.
But I think what I'm getting at is we don't have to get hung up on the $3 million or the 800,000 or any of that right now. We really just need to decide, based on the two presentations we heard, which one is going to achieve the goal of the CRA the best, which is to get the property developed.
Right.
There's your scores.
I mean, we're not realtors. We're not. Our goal is not to buy land and make money on it. Right. Our goal is to buy land and make sure that it gets developed according to the plan. And in cases like where you're in an area that you're there because it's blighted, there's no way to make money. We're there to help push it towards the point.
One day it'll be.
To the point where sometime in the future the private sector will be able to do it without our assistance.
Now, one thing I know, you and I've talked about this property, and I think you've mentioned it at other meetings, that you think this property is pretty valuable.
I do, and I don't think entering into an agreement and taking a chance is, you know, that if we don't make it, we can hold it. There's very few parcels of land east of 95 of this size.
Okay.
So I'm not concerned. I know some people are, but for me, when I look at this land, I say, listen, if Town Square gets started, this land will only go up in value. So I'm not that concerned. If you want to try to go with a 9%, it's really, okay. But
Because even if we waited 2 or 3 or 4 more years,
right, and even
it doesn't get developed right. I mean, it'd be nice.
yeah,
It's not a guarantee, but they're saying that just go the other route doesn't make sure that it's going to start happening. That's what I think the gentleman was saying. Still a risk, right?
9% takes a little longer.
It's riskier.
You basically know in January or February if you got the award. They don't tell you for sure, but people are in the know. They know.
Can I just make a quick comment on that? Once a sale loan is awarded, it has to go through underwriting with the Florida Housing Finance Corp. Then it has to go to their board. So my best estimation on the 9% deal, my best estimation is, yes, we would not start until January of 2018. On a sale loan, my estimation would be they would start maybe 2 months earlier, because you've got to go through underwriting and you've got to get approved by the board before you can close the sale loan.
Sorry, could I please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
How you doing, Michael? I know Michael since he was, whatever. Anyway, there is some truth to what Michael said. The sale loan is due. I understand they postponed it for 2 months, so the application now is due in December. Okay, they postponed it for 2 months. So let's assume it's October 6th, but I heard something different from my colleague up in Tallahassee this morning. But let's say October 6th.
Okay.
We feel very, very comfortable as far as the sale goes, that we will be successful in receiving a sale loan, and we feel very, very confident in making that statement. We believe once we get that, true, we got to go through underwriting, Florida Housing, but at the same time, we'll go simultaneous through your development process. And we feel, based on experience, and not taking your development process into consideration, only the Florida housing process and what we need to do, that we could close this by the summertime or earlier of 2017.
Our development process, best case scenario is 4 months. And actually, it might be soon. It might be quicker because we already have the land use and zoning on the property. So it might be quicker. It's just site plan now, so it might be quicker.
All right, well, do we want to make a recommendation?
I can make a recommendation that, it's not a recommendation, I'm just teasing. It's a comment. I got to see these beforehand, so that was helpful, but I can't imagine sitting here on this board and getting so many different kind of options.
Yeah.
The matrix, and I get it. So I think it would be helpful for us to get some of that ahead of time, unless I missed something, because there was a lot to digest here tonight. And I know there's a lot of variables, a ton of variables, but if we could break down some of the big, dumb, general terms, like, this developer is proposing this and this one is proposing this as far as financing, it would help us make a better informed decision.
But this summary is different than what they said.
Yeah, well, some of it is even more, what they say is even more in depth than what they give us. So, it's, their pro forma is, which is what how the project works, the development costs, the operating costs, or the operating budget. All that is fine, and it tells you how it's going to get funded. But they don't talk, it doesn't talk about the chances.
No. But I mean, when I remembered that, I didn't remember the 800,000.
Yeah, it doesn't talk about the chances of
No,
how
but it didn't even talk about how much they were going to pay for
right.
the land.
Yeah, it's in their proposals. But as far as, the whole part of how the Florida housing finance system works, well, we could be here I could write a book about it. I couldn't write a book about it, actually, that's wrong. They could write a book about it. But it's very complicated, and the rules change year to year. So that's another thing, and the timeline changes year to year. So for me to tell you that I could write and tell you all of that stuff, I can't, because I'm not that familiar with sale or 4%. I know a little more about 9% because we've dealt a little bit with it more, but the 4% and the sale, that's kind of newer to me. But so some of this I learned tonight too, like you. Some of it I heard for the first night.
Well, we have other presentations to go, so I think we have to make a decision here. So, anybody like to make a motion for something?
Make a motion for something.
Well, I want the last group came up. I've been to there already. I've seen this. Think it did a nice job down there. And either way we go, we're taking a chance, more or less. So, like he said, the devil in the bucket, the way we said it was. So, it's hard. For me, it is.
It is.
So we've got staff scoring of New Rock at 86 or 83 and 83,
376 or something.
and the other one was at 73.
73. I'd like to just summarize it real quick. It sounds to me like the 9% tax credit is the CRA would get $3 million for that. That's a big win there. If that doesn't happen, then the city gets to keep a very valuable piece of property, and it doesn't sound like that we're really that eager to develop this property with the sale loan, where we're not going to get a lot of money. We're going to develop something, but we're going to lose that property in the future.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I think that's right.
All right.
Okay.
So go ahead.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to accept the Roundstone Development and their 9% tax credit bid for the property.
Do I have a second?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay. Clerk, who opposed? Robert. Holly. Okay, next is the Heart of Boynton, the MLK. This isn't the block grant, though, is it? This isn't the block neighborhood, is it?
No.
Oh, this is what we were talking about before. Okay.
Yeah, this is a piece of property we own with other.
Right on
properties.
MLK? Yeah.
Right on MLK.
I know where it is.
Yeah, this is,
There's an aerial maybe.
yeah. Teresa, can you go
There's an
to
aerial in here.
the map
Last page of the RFP, I think.
so they can get a better idea what we're talking about?
Do we have any presenters for that?
Yes, we have one.
One?
I don't see it now. Did I do this? Did I do it? No, I did it, that's why I didn't know. Okay.
That's okay.
You know what it is? It's in the RFP, isn't it?
Yeah, it's right now, but I don't know.
It's not in the
Should be
RFP.
the last page of it. We should be here. Oh, exhibit 2.
It's not there?
Maybe they give it.
Maybe it didn't. Okay, this is a piece, yeah. Alan, are you going to present for this, or?
We're both here to present again.
Oh, there you are.
Just-
You don't look like Alan. Sorry, I was looking out that way. This is a piece, this is actually, CRA only owns some of this property. Just so you know, we own like 1.71 acres within this 2.97 acres. It's a little confusing, but we've been assembling land just east of the Family Dollar on MLK for, I would say, close to 13 years. And these are very small lots, 50 by 100 approximately, owned by many, many different people. And within This 2.97 acres, we are one owner, and then there's 3 other owners that own 6 lots. So that complicates this redevelopment much more because they have a very inflated view of what their property's worth. I would say it's close to 400% of appraised value. So they need to be bought out. One of the properties is a store that's been there for a long time. It's not a store, it's a kind of a row of little stores that has been a thorn in the police officer's side for many, many, many years. I think our officer could probably attest to that, Sergeant Deal, who's here tonight. And the goal here is to redevelop this. It would actually start from where Family Dollar ends on the east side and go towards the east, almost a third of the way down MLK on the south side. We received one proposal, again, because this is a very, very difficult project. This project will require a lot of subsidy from us, not $5 million. And it will also require our land. And I was fully expecting this. And just to give you a little background, we did strategic planning with the commission, CRA/CRA board, city staff, CRA staff, and one of the priorities that came out of that in this room was MLK corridor. Let's get that done. Let's start doing some stuff there. So I said, well, you got to put your money where your mouth is. There's no way this is going to happen with these 3 property owners in the midst of our property if you're not willing to give the land away and put some money to get towards purchasing those properties. So what you're going to hear tonight from New Rock is really consistent with what I've been saying and what they, in theory, agreed to. Now, they have not agreed to the budget yet, so let's see what you guys say about the budget, too. So, because I put a sum of money in the budget to make this a reality so that it could happen. And it still may not happen because it needs so much subsidy. So with that, I will let Mr. Miller, again.
Thank you, Ms. Brooks.
I see him everywhere. He's like everywhere.
And again, for the record, my name's Bradley Miller, Miller Land Planning, 508 East Boynton Beach Boulevard in Boynton Beach, and representing New Rock. And thanks for that introduction, because this one is different, and because of the cost differences in the land, this one is, we're proposing as the 9% deal. So with that said, I'll go, I'm not going to go through I'll go quickly through the New Rock description. You heard it last time.
Right.
Another difference with this project is that this one is, we're proposing to do for senior housing. So it's 75 units, and it would, the Family Dollar is right here, the new Family Dollar that's opened up. And so it's an assemblage of properties that consist of CRA properties and private properties, of which our client has already begun discussions with those property owners, and Vivian described it right, that the values are extremely high to be able to assemble that. You can see that we have one landowner here that's just not quite cooperative, and we've been able to design around that. So this is again, it's a 4-story component. This one has some commercial use that would be fronting onto Martin Luther King Boulevard. We'd have access off of 9th Avenue on the south side for the parking. And this follows along with some of the recommendations that you heard for the consolidated plan. Actually, some of that, I think we could even go a little bit higher if we needed to with that plan. So 75 units, again, it's a mix of 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom. A list there of the amenities with the project that would come along with the facility. This, as I mentioned, would be a 9% tax credit deal. So this one is the lottery ball. And these again are some of the projects that you saw in the prior presentation for New Rock. So with the component of New Rock was the only applicant for this particular RFP, I don't think we have to arm wrestle with our colleagues over here on this one.
So you can have it.
So hopefully we'll get your recommendation on this one.
Yeah,
So.
I think we can.
Yeah, but we wouldn't get both of them because they're both going for the 9%.
Well, you can compete on, the same
I say
property.
put two out there then.
That's what we did last year.
We did it before. We've done it before.
Have we?
Yeah, sure.
Last year, there were 3 applications submitted. I apologize. There were 2 9% applications submitted for the heart of Boynton Beach. One was on the Ocean Breeze site done by the Related Urban Group,
Right.
and one was by Housing Trust Group that did it on the MLK that I used to be a consultant to. So I've been with that MLK property for a real long time, and probably longer than anyone here because I was CD director of Palm Beach County way back in the 80s, and I actually helped found the original target area. But that's history. We're ready. We're going to be in competition with them, and that's why we went with the 4% to go with the sale loan, because we feel very comfortable you would have 2 potential deals going on instead of potentially only 1.
Again, if it doesn't happen, we have risked nothing but time. The land is there. The people who own the land, well, 2 of them have owned it a very long time. One of them just bought it from an estate of one piece. That one piece that's cut out, you see there. It looked like, why is that cut out?
Yeah.
They just bought that. So that they may be able to acquire that. I hope they can, because it would be, I think they're coming around. But the people in that area have, or any area in the CRA, we come across this all the time. It'll appraise at 250 and they'll say, I want 600. This is normal. So they're up against the same thing that we are. And, except it's probably a little easier for them because, when we say we're the CRA, the price really goes high. So they can actually probably do a little better than we can.
So what subsidy besides giving our land?
They're asking for $1 million, and they're asking for the land.
Of tax incremental revenue or
Nope.
real $1 million?
No, a real million up front. And actually, that would be to offset the land costs. Not our land costs, the 3 owners for acquisition. The acquisition, and it's exactly what happened to Family Dollar. There were 2 parcels there. One person was reasonable. The other person on a vacant lot was totally irrational. And I think it's better if we don't pay. What I try not to do is let the CRA be that person buying the land way over appraised value. I'd rather the private sector do it so that people don't go, oh, look what the CRA did, and then they really hold us hostage. So,
That's good.
yeah, so it's better if we do it on the backside and they don't know. Although it's a public meeting, I just gave my secret away, sorry.
We actually have contracts out on, other than the CRA property, we have contracts out, and I got them to sign last year, and I'm going to get them to sign this year, for, I don't want to mention their names, but the land that we're talking about, other than the CRA land, you're talking about $2 million, which is highway robbery. Unfortunately, if you want to redevelop a blighted area, which is what we're doing, one of those properties happens to be a commercial property, the eyesore of the neighborhood, and that's where half of the money is going to, right there. And that's why we're going for the 9% credits here.
If you drive down
Without it, I
MLK,
can see that.
No choice, really.
yeah, if you drive down MLK, you know exactly the property he's
I know
talking
what
about.
you're talking about.
Right, and it's just been a problem forever. And this would solve it if they got the money. I mean, obviously, if they got the funding, it would solve it. I think an elderly deal is good too, because that's more stabilizing for the community in that location.
Well, I was going to ask you about that, as opposed to just regular multifamily, the senior living is.
Yep, it's definitely more stable. I think it's a stabilizing factor for that particular corridor. I think it's, you know, and again, there's no harm, no foul. You enter into an agreement that ends after the end of the tax credit season, and
Give them a try.
you know.
Was there any commercial along the?
Yes, there is. We do have some neighborhood commercial where
Like
from.
hairdresser?
Hairdresser, yes. There is a salon, yes.
You have any other questions?
So this is a mixed use? You're saying there's retail in your
Well, I wouldn't call it, when I hear mixed use, I'm thinking about a larger commercial with a larger multifamily. There will be some commercial in there, yes. Neighborhood commercial.
But mostly.
Like, we'll ask them to put their gym on the first floor, kind of with windows, hair salon on the first floor with windows. So sometimes, like, they're not necessarily open to the public, but they have that look of retail on the first floor, so it kind of blends with that sort of street. You know, I can understand being elderly, they don't necessarily want people going through, maybe. So it might probably have some more security. It does have elevators. I think I saw elevators.
Yes, we have 2 elevators.
Right.
Yes,
So.
in each building.
Right. Yeah, I know the community has wanted a senior rental for a long time. That's something they ask all the time for senior housing, all the time.
Could that be something where some other houses might go for sale in the neighborhood because people would move to that from the same area?
I would hope so, because there's a lot of elderly people in there that are really in need of moving out of their single-family home.
Right, exactly.
Into a place that maybe might be easier for them to
Get
take
around.
care of, and, you know, they don't have to take care of it anymore. They can just live easy, and so.
Okay.
Oh, thanks. Zoom in there, I know.
There you go. There it is.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the,
There's the
it,
bells.
right there.
It is.
so that's,
Lost in the screen. It's been a long night.
It's like 7 properties. It's just
so everything,
That's Family Dollar. where
yeah,
you-
that's
thing is-
Family Dollar now.
Right.
Yeah.
Which one was the exception? Wasn't there
The house
See
that's
that,
right
see
there.
that funky house down there?
The one that's the exception is the house
Or the house, okay.
on the
Oh,
south
that house is
side.
gone, it's gone.
Not that one.
Keep moving. That's
Oh,
the one.
DJV. You're talking about DJV,
We're
which,
talking about for this particular
Yeah.
development,
it's on Ninth.
it's on Ninth.
Yeah. Use the point.
There.
Yeah, there
That's
you
it.
go.
That's the holdout.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
They're
There's
probably
a-
worthless after this is built.
Their ship's coming in.
One
That's
piece.
how
So
they-
we're not.
They want about $2 million for that, so. That was the last
that
offer.
sounds
Yeah,
right.
that's all they want, it's about $2 million. It must be a favorite number of the community.
Yeah, I think it is. It's
Million.
crazy.
Okay.
Yeah, nuts.
Okay, any other questions? Do I have a motion?
I have a question. We're not on the hook for any of this money until we
No.
roll the dice and.
No, again, none of this money, none of the land is in the development agreement, that's all laid out. Because they only get options on the land. They're not gonna obviously buy it unless they get the money
Unless they get
from
the
the state.
9%, right.
So,
Yeah.
we're not on the hook, they're not on the hook,
There,
so.
they get 9%.
Yep. Okay, do I have a motion?
motion to approve.
Second. Okay, Rick, seconds. All in favor?
Okay.
Aye. Any opposed?
You got the hardest one.
Okay. Now we're going to be competing against ourselves.
Yeah,
We got double chance.
yeah, that's what I say.
Two tickets.
Maybe they'll go, what is that Boynton? We need to give them some money.
It's like buying more lottery tickets, right?
It's got to feel lucky. You got to feel it. Scratch off.
It never works for me, but.
All right, next on our agenda is
Okay. Susan has been
It's the
waiting
budget.
all night.
um,
This is all you.
It's all me.
It's all you,
It's all
girl.
me.
You handle
I knew
this.
that project number was.
You guys need a little bathroom break? I think you do.
Yes.
Okay. Because I know I do.
I don't.
I need to stand.
Go ahead, Alan.
Water break.
Men always have to go to the bathroom.
As you get older, it's a whole thing.
I'm just as old as
Is
you.
that what it is? That's what it is.
I'm older than you.
Another thing.
Yeah, I might want a sandwich too.
So we'll come back to the city council next week? Well, CRA.
No, very nice.
That's what I was telling Mike that was over. Thank you. Yeah. I said we may have just won a funny session.
Okay, Susan Harris, Finance Director, for those of you who haven't met me before. The document that you have, the budget document, is the same exact document that has already gone to the CRA board. And what we're looking for you tonight is to review the budget and make recommendations to the board. And let me tell you how it's organized. The first section, which we'll go over, is the executive summary. It's really got the meat of the whole budget in that document. The work plan is the narrative on all of our new projects, our policing program, our grant program, our marketing program, and our special events. So it gives you the pictures and the narrative, kind of gives you a feel for the programs, so you have some more background rather than just the budget line item. The budget overview has lots of historic data in it. It's got a whole history of our taxable values and our tax increment revenue that we've received over the years. It's got information detailed on the events, on the marketing program. It's got salary information in there, organizational chart, and it's got some information on our fund balance, which I'll talk a little bit about as we get going. And then the next three sections are our funds, our general fund, our project fund, and our debt service fund. And in those sections, there is departmental detail with lots of line item information on every single department that we have, and also an explanation on the bottom for any increases or decreases in that particular budget. So I'd like to get started with our executive summary. And the first chart, chart number 1, tells you the process. It tells you that we are meeting here tonight with you as the advisory board, and your role is to review the budget and give recommendations to the CRA board. We'll meet with the CRA board on August 17th, and they will review and revise the budget as policymakers. The budget approval process takes place in September, first with the CRA board meeting where they approve the budget and any changes, and then the city commission ratifies the budget. They put their stamp of approval on it and approve the budget for the next operating year, which starts October 1st. Chart number 2 kind of tells you how the funds flow. We are not a taxing authority, as you know. The taxing authorities that we receive our revenue from are Palm Beach County and the city of Boynton Beach. All the revenues that we get, the increment on the taxable values in the CRA district, come into our general fund. It's paid into our general fund, and it's then transferred out. Some of it stays in the general fund for administrative purposes, not just salaries, but also to pay our building and maintenance costs, our insurance costs, our IT costs, legal costs, that type of thing. And then all the other funds get transferred in 2 blocks. It gets transferred to our debt service fund to pay our debt, and it gets transferred to our project fund to fund our projects, which is the real heart of the CRA. The next chart, chart number 3, tells us what major factors are behind this upcoming budget year for 16-17. Well, our property values in the CRA district, our 1,650 acres, went up a total of 8%. We talked a little bit about that earlier. Our industrial properties went up 9%. Our residential and condominiums went up 11% from the previous year. And commercial properties also went up 9%. We have over 8,000 parcels in our CRA. And they're organized by the property appraiser into 5 different categories, 15 different codes. So for example, in residential, you'll have 4 different codes. They're vacant residential, single-family residential, condominiums, and cooperatives. And as I said, those property values went up 11% versus last year. So we got a nice increase of 8% overall in our taxable values, and that translated into 11% or $1 million more in tax increment revenues. Now, let me back up for a minute. That's all dependent on, our revenue is dependent on the taxable values and the city and the county millage rates. So this budget is based on the current city and county millage rates, which we already have gotten indications, they've already had their budget meetings, that those rates will remain the same for this upcoming year. We also have a fund balance allocation that's going to flow into our general fund, because the last audit showed that we had unassigned cash, so to speak, left over of over $800,000. $167,000 of that is put aside for a self-funded insurance reserve, and that's for anything that can happen in the CRA that's not covered by insurance. And mostly everything is, except in our marina, anything underwater is not covered. So the slips that we redeveloped about 4 or 5 years ago cost us about $750,000. Well, only in this current insurance environment, only about $150,000 of that is covered by insurance. If there was a catastrophe or the seawall collapsed or the underwater utilities went out, we would have to fund that, and that's the purpose of this reserve. So we have a resolution in place that says 20% of any unassigned general fund balance from an audit year can be put into that reserve. So that's what we're going to do. The other $668,000 will flow out of the general fund into the project fund to fund current ongoing projects and new projects that we'll talk about in a little bit.
Susan, is it typical to have that kind of fund balance?
It really depends. The things that helped us this last year were, there were 2 things really. Marina operations were gangbusters, the new fuel dock, the new harbor master building, the new fuel dispensers enable us to fuel at a faster rate. The weather was really great. So we had a bump up. We were over budget by $270,000 just for the marina operations. That was great. The other thing that happened was the true up for the tax base. I'll tell you a little bit about that in a second. We were under budget. We were over budget by $218,000. In other words, at the end of each year, the property appraiser, people challenge their taxes, businesses challenge their taxes. Well, the property appraiser has to go through that whole dispute process, and they only certify the tax rolls mid-year the following year, once all those disputes are taken care of. We don't know what that number is going to be, because remember, we're getting tax roll money or tax increment money that may be adjusted depending on what happens with the final tax rolls. So once that is, I always budget 3% for that. And in previous years, it's really been very close to that 3%. It's been 2.5%. One year I came in within $119 of having enough money. It was really close. So I budget 3%, but last year there were not a lot of challenges. So that meant that we got more revenues to the tune of $219,000 than, so we had that excess money. So that was really good. And our operations, our expenses were under budget by $200,000. So that accounts for that $800,000. So it really depends on it depends on the audit, it depends on all those circumstances from the previous years. Also in the general fund, we have a decrease of 1% in operating expenses. And it decreased primarily the operating expenses because we're budgeting the marina at $1 million instead of $1.1 million, because, as we'll talk about in a little bit, because of the open space project, there might be rent abatement for the tenants of a month or whatever Mike is going to recommend. And so I had to take that into account when budgeting both the revenues and the expenses for the marina. Also, we have an increase in property maintenance of 7%, and that's $30,000. That's due primarily to the ILAs that we have with the city for the maintenance, short-term maintenance, this budget year, next budget year, for the 4th Street parking lot, which the city owns, and also the North Federal Highway signage, that long strip of landscaping we did on federally owned property or state-owned property.
It's, city has an agreement with the FEC, so the city maintains it, and so the city maintains it, but because we improved it where it wasn't improved before, now we're gonna cover it, well, it's from the canal, the Stanley Weaver Canal, to 15th, where we did the entry sign, the north entry sign. Anybody know that sign? I hope so. It's a really nice
sign.
So that whole area now is all re-landscaped and it has to be taken care of. So we, rather than dump that on the city immediately when we're done, we say, okay, we let them ease it into their capital project, capital improvement program. So we say, okay, Lori, city manager, we agree that we'll take it on for 2 years till you can put it in your budget. And so hopefully their property values are going up as well, which they are, so they can take that on for 2 years. So.
Administrative expenses are up in the general fund by 10%, and that's because of some staff additions that we're recommending. We're recommending 1 position be added, a 3% merit pool, and there's a couple of other additions. There's a new federal guideline, Department of Labor guideline for non-exempt employees. The salary level for the overtime, calculation of overtime, went up. And what happens is that our employee, we have 1 non-exempt employee. That employee is under that salary level. So effective December 1st, if there is any overtime incurred by that employee, we have to budget for that. So I have that in the budget. Now, governments are allowed to pay in comp time at the rate of 1.5 times. So we will do that. But if she goes over the federal guidelines of 240 hours of comp time, we have to pay her in cash. And that's, I account for that in the budget. I don't know if we're going to use it, but I have to have that money available in case that does happen. Also, part-time labor when it comes to pirates. We need some part-time labor money in our staffing because we have a woman that comes to the office and she helps with all kinds of things for pirates. But she's really not a 1099 independent contractor. She's under our direction using our office equipment, and because of that, she's really a part-timer, so she needs to be run through the payroll. So I have, I think, about $12,000 in the budget for that based on so many hours per year.
But we had her in the budget before, didn't we?
We had her in the budget, but as an independent contractor, and she's really not an independent
I
contractor.
understand. So what was the increase from an independent contract? Was it the 12,000?
It's not an increase. It's still going to be $15 an hour. The increase is going to happen in taxes.
Right.
Taxes that we have to pay on that. So say it went from 11,000 to 13,000 because of the taxes.
But you said 12,000. That's not the amount of the increase. That's the
No. That's the total amount.
Right.
And also, as I said, we're recommending an administrative assistant position at the rate of $35,000 base salary. I got that rate from the city. The city has 2 different levels of administrative assistant, and I just took their information and used it for the CRA. So those increases we'll talk about in depth a little more later. I'll give you the dollar amounts. In our project fund, there's an increase of 18%, and that's because transfers from the general fund money to the project fund are up by 31%, and also we have a fund balance allocation in the project fund for projects that have come in under budget. We have other revenue this year from the sale of 480 East Ocean. That's $315,000, and the fund balance allocation I mentioned is $500,000 for previous projects that have come in under budget. We also have in the project fund $2.5 million for new projects that we'll talk about in detail. We have $1.3 million for developer incentive payments. That's for Casa Costa, Walmart, Seabourn Cove, and the Preserve. And we have $5.2 million for ongoing multi-year projects. Our debt service is $2.1 million. That's flat versus the prior year. And our last payments are 10 years from now in 2026. And our general fund balance, right now I'm estimating that, again, we will be under budget, and that will probably be about $250,000, but I won't know until the audit's done in January, for sure. The next chart, we're going to talk about the general fund and then the project fund. The next chart shows us how talks about in detail about the assessed property values and the tax increment revenue. It shows you that we have gone from $1.1 billion in taxable values to almost $1.2 billion, or an 8% increase. And the tax increment revenues have gone from $9.5 million to $10.6 million, or up 11%. And I broke out the city and county so you can see how much money we get from each entity. The city, 62%, and the county, 38%. The next chart is a visual, just a diagram of the general fund. Again, the total in the general fund is $12 million. 10 million of that, over 10 million of that is the tax and increment revenue. $1 million is marina, and the rest is the fund balance allocation we spoke about. Of that amount, we're transferring 6.6 to the project fund, or 55% of that $12 million. Debt service, 18% goes out, or $2.1 million, to pay our debt service, and operating expenses, including the marina, are 3.2, or 27% of the money in the general fund.
Susan, when you say operating expenses, that the $3.2 million includes the $1 million you have in there for the marina.
Correct.
But the revenue for the marina is where?
The revenue is it's in the revenue for the general fund. That chart up there shows our revenue.
Right. But what I'm getting at is that even though the operating expenses say $3.2 million, it's really only $2.2 million.
Yes, right. If you factor out the, yes.
Because the marina is an in and out.
Yes.
In my head, so that's
Correct.
what I'm thinking, okay.
That's correct, Linda, yes. Okay, so this chart, again, talks about the revenue. Tax increment revenue, $10.3 million. Marina, $1 million. Fund balance allocation, $668,000, or $12 million.
So the tax increment revenue that you put in, $10,363,000, is minus the 3%?
That's correct.
Okay.
I do that so I don't have to have a separate expense line item for that.
So it's just net of your reserves? So
That's correct. Expenses, operating expenses, excluding the marina, as you pointed out, are 2.2. With the marina, 3.2. They increase 1%. Debt service is 0 from year to year, and transfers to the project fund are up from $5 million this budget year to $6.6 million, or 31%. The operating expenses, the A footnote there, talk about marina revenues or expenses are down based on the potential construction disruption. Property maintenance, we've talked about, is up because of the ILAs with the city. And the administrative expenses are up. I have a separate chart on this also, but I'll talk about it now. Administration expenses are up by $105,000, or 10%. $97,000 of that is due to the staffing chart that you'll see a little bit later. But the Department of Labor, the new overtime ruling is $3,191. The part-time position for compliance with the IRS regulations. So in other words, she is not a 1099 vendor. She's really a part-time employee. $12,595. The 3% merit pool, including taxes and retirement benefits, comes in at almost $25,000. And the proposed administrative assistant, including taxes and benefits, is $56,000, with a base salary of $35,000. The next chart, it gives detail on everything that is going on in the personnel organization and budget. Again, the compliance with the labor and IRS regulations, $3,000 and $12,500 for the part-time laborer. The administrative assistant position. So it would bring our staff from 8 to 9 people in total, and the 3% merit pool. And the chart below it details out the salary, expenses, and auto. The only person that gets an auto allowance is Vivian. It's $3,000 a year. The taxes details the taxes and the benefits and the retirement also. Oh, and I also wanted to mention that healthcare, we are under an ILA with the city to take advantage of their vendors. It's much cheaper for us, of course, with a small organization, and we are actually a part of the city, even though we run as an independent agency. So I get the information from them, and we use their vendors, and they are estimating a 10% increase in healthcare and benefit costs this year. And there's a 2% increase in long-term disability, because that's dependent on the salaries and the age of the employees, and so it goes up each year. Whether or not we get an increase, it'll still go up based on our ages.
That's not fair.
I agree.
We
Yes.
should not be getting older.
That's right.
I have a question on, I'm still struggling with the part-time labor person. I'm not struggling, I'm just, that $12,595, that's the total amount.
Yes, okay.
But you've got that included in the increase. See how you've reconciled the increase to 97? And is that because that 12,000, or maybe it was 11,000 before, was in a different account? It wasn't in
Yes, it was
salaries.
a different account, that's
Okay.
correct. Yes,
So another account went down by the 11,000.
yes, yes,
Beautiful.
And I had another question.
yes.
And maybe Vivian and Mike are going to get to this later, but the administrative assistant, there is no administrative assistant now? 'Cause your mom's
No.
shaking her head.
Teresa
not.
does
They're all going, "No."
so much, it's really, and, I mean,
What doesn't Teresa do?
it's too much. I mean, with the extra
Yeah.
burden of the advisory board, I mean, it's not just, it's the reproduction, it's the work and the labor that goes into it. And plus she does the grants, plus she does real estate work, and it's really, it's just, I don't know how she does it, really, honestly. We desperately need an administrator.
Squeeze all the
Motion
life
to
you
approve.
can.
You said 35.
Oh, my God.
Motion to
Unless
give
we just
Teresa
pay her
35,000.
That's what it's saying, right?
Give her 35,000, she
Give her
can
a
do it.
raise, she can do it all. Okay, that's kind of, I just
I mean, I didn't need to.
wanted to be clear that I understood that.
Everybody's at beyond max capacity right now, and no one can really even take time off and vacation, really, because there's just too much going on. And we need somebody to sort of do like spreadsheets and take charge of some things that Teresa does, because she does all our grant. And
One thing I was going to ask you is, you don't really have a volunteer coordinator, do you?
No.
No.
Teresa.
I don't think-
Teresa?
No.
And that's something
Volunteer
that
coordinator.
sometimes you might want to think about.
We're working towards that. We have to kind of refine, and I talked about that yesterday with staff. Like, what specifically do we want volunteers to do? Because you can't have volunteers that don't have anything to do.
Exactly.
So,
And of course, you want them to do it the way you want them.
Right. So, you don't want them to come and not feel useful or not have good direction. So, because Pirate Fest, we do want volunteers, so we're going to have a kind of real, finite, like information booths and things like that where we would need volunteers. And we're moving towards that. And I think now with the community getting more involved, I think that would be more of a reality. In the past, that was definitely not a reality for sure. The community is more gelled than I've ever seen it, more of a community that's involved than since I've ever been here. So and I've never seen it like this. It's good, and in a good way. And it might not seem that way, but actually it's good. People are talking to each other. I think it's very positive. So I think we're moving towards that.
I think along the volunteer lines, how about a non-paid internship, college internship? That would be a great thing to have on your resume.
Right. It's really right now, we're gonna have to carve out some space for this administrative person. We're gonna have to put them in the front room. So we're really out of space even. So oh yeah, she'll build it too. And if you ever need your tire changed, she'll do it.
That's if you need tires.
We call
And my
it
other
MacGyver.
question is, do you have this merit pool is new, right?
No.
The 3% merit pool?
Well, we put it in every year as, you know,
Yeah,
it's
I feel
annual.
confident with that.
No, that's not what I mean. What I'm asking, what I was leading up to my question. The question is, do you have criteria for how it gets allocated? Or is
Yes,
it just
I do, we do
across the board?
reviews, I do reviews
Okay.
of employees. Yes. So they have an annual review.
How many employees are there?
8. We had 11.
Eight.
Hopefully 9.
8, and the total is 600,000?
That's benefits.
That's low. That's a low number. You should ask for more than 3.
Yeah, we think so.
I was like comparing to other budgets I've looked at.
Let me,
That's like-
let me just, I want to take a little, I want to leap a little bit because there's a lot of detail on the salaries. It's on, Teresa, it's on page, I'll tell you in a second.
The job.
It's on page 71.
71?
Well, it's on page 9 of the budget overview.
Yeah, that's what I
Budget
thought.
overview.
Yeah.
Or your budget overview, if you're in that section, go to page 9.
I was going to say, I didn't see page 71.
This chart, once you have it in front of you, I'll wait till you get there. It's the budget overview, page 9.
That's what you want.
This chart lists everyone's salary, their hire date, their position, the taxes that are paid, the benefit costs, the retirement costs for a total. So, and all the current people are on the top, of course, and then you'll see towards the bottom the overtime non-exempt that I have in there at $2,500 and with taxes and with retirement benefits. $3,191, as I mentioned before. Same thing for the vacant, the administrative assistant position, base salary at $35. You'll see the taxes paid on that, the benefit costs, the retirement costs for the total of $56,000, and also the part-time position for a total of $12,595. And then below that is the 3% merit pool, because that's something that the board you may or may not recommend it, and the board may or may not recommend it. So it's in there with the taxes and any retirement benefits.
That does not
payable on
include
that.
me, just so you know. That does not include me.
Right.
I go through a review process, which will be coming up. You guys will be getting a annual review that is what's happened, what we've done over the past year, which I know for some of you haven't worked with me, so this is, I had a couple meetings with us, so that's it. But what we do is we take, our budget from last year and we put it, what we've accomplished, and some of our projects are multi-year, so we put that in there. Send it out, and you're supposed to mark me on different characteristics. So then that'll it'll be on the next, your next agenda, and then you can make a recommendation if I should be fired, given a raise, or
renew your contract.
Well, that's certainly the two extremes.
Of course, something that you ain't kidding.
Somewhere, but
that's pretty much how it goes.
How does that, are you not a
I'm a-
city employee, or
No, I'm a contract employee.
are you all contract?
I'm on my own.
No, all of the others, Mike?
Everyone else is an employee.
City employee?
No, they're not city employees. Because we're a separate legal entity, they are employed by the CRA.
Okay.
But we share some through an interlocal agreement. We
Right.
do health benefits and.
Like health, yeah, I was gonna say, you can get that.
Yeah.
We
So-
don't receive a pension.
Right.
So when you see the bottom part of this chart,
Right.
when you see our retirement benefits, we don't get a pension, so there's no guarantee for us once we leave, whenever we leave. But the CRA does match 5%. If the employee decides to save 5% of their salary or more, the CRA will match up to a maximum of the 5% salary. And everybody saves that amount, so nobody leaves any money on the table. And in addition to that, we contribute another 15% that's non-contributory on the part of the employee. So it's a 20% that we add to each employee's retirement account. Now, I have a note on the bottom here about the city contribution they get from Tim Howard each year, and he gives me a 5-year average for the general employees pension fund, the 5-year range of 19.4% to almost 34%. And you'll see, even though we're doing 20% contribution to our employees, it's still at the low end of what the city is contributing over a 5-year
And that's just
period.
general employees.
Right, it's not fire or.
Those aren't
I
the.
might add that the general
Police,
employees
we don't-
fund is
we don't know that.
25% underfunded, so
Yeah.
you're good.
Yeah,
So this, I wanted to point this chart out because it's in a different spot, it's not there, but it gives you lots of details
You
that
guys
you were
need some
asking about.
negotiators, I'm just
Yeah,
telling
right.
you. I'm just looking at this, and I don't know a lot about budgets, but I think you could use some work here.
Help?
You're experts, but
Yeah, I know you guys are experts on it.
Okay,
Okay, so that takes care of, I believe that's the end of our general.
I think Robert has a question.
Yeah, on the retirement,
Yes.
you saying if you stay 20 years, do they match? Or you retire, how would you, if you say stay here 20 years, and what kind of retirement you looking at?
Nothing, once an employee leaves, that's it.
Well, they would have this balance that's accumulated.
Yes, whatever you
So
say.
you take that,
You
what
take
you
the,
got
yeah,
now?
you take the balance that's accumulated, but they don't have any guaranteed pension like the
Yeah,
other employees.
there's no guaranteed. It's whatever the market decides to give you.
Not good.
That's what
Yeah.
Tom's saying.
they need some negotiators.
Oopsie.
No. Pensions are really
Good thing I
almost a
like
thing of
peanut
the
butter.
past. I was in private industry before this job. I've been here 10 years. And, I was there during the golden age when pensions were given, especially if you were in a Fortune 50 company like I was. But that doesn't happen anymore. The whole workforce has changed. So
That's a whole nother.
government employees, whether they know, I tell them all the time, they're very fortunate to have a pension plan.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Very, very fortunate.
That's a definite.
That's my unsolicited 2 cents.
Okay,
Okay, the
so
project,
next page.
yeah, project fund, this is where we're going to spend most of the discussion.
Right.
You'll see this diagram is an overview, chart 8, Teresa? Back here. Page 10, yes.
That was the details, so we're back on the, there we go. Everybody on the pie chart?
Yeah, where are we?
Okay,
Project
I'm
fund?
the only one who really gets
the
it.
project fund, right there,
I know
chart number 8.
budgets are no good.
This is again a diagram of how the $9 million that is in the project fund for this upcoming year. You'll see that the DIFA payments are $1.3 million, as I spoke about before, that's 15%. New projects that I talked about, $2.5 million, 28%, and ongoing projects, 57%.
That 28% for new projects, that's the largest amount we've put in new projects in quite a while.
Yes, that's correct. That's right. Our debt service, our different payments have gone up, but we've gotten a nice bump up in new projects this year, thanks to the taxable values in our CRA. The next 2 charts.
And also the savings. I mean, really, the savings also is going into the new projects, pretty much. The money that we save. Yeah.
Yes, it has to, by the way.
Yeah.
There's 4 things, and I forgot to talk about this. If we have money left over in the general fund at the end of any audit year, there's 4 things we can do with that. We can pay it back to the city and the county. We can pay down our debt. We can escrow funds for debt service, or we can reassign it to redevelopment projects that have to be completed within 3 years. And that's always the recommendation that's been made in the past. And that's how we have budgeted the flow to go this year also. So unless you want to recommend something, otherwise these projects we're talking about utilize those funds. Chart number 9 is an overview. And there is one mistake here. I say the project fund consists of ongoing and new projects detailed in chart 9. Well, this is chart 9. I added a chart. I really should say chart 10. You'll see that rollover funds, let me talk about rollover funds, what they are. It's $1.6 million in this upcoming budget year. That is actually money that was not spent in this current budget year that we need to use. So we roll it over or we put it into the next year budget to be used.
But it's committed.
It's committed to different projects.
Right, already, it's not for new projects, it's already committed, it's just not spent yet.
Transfers in from the general fund, this is the revenue side, is 6.6 million. And then again, we have the fund balance allocation of 500,000 and the proceeds from 480 of 315. That's the $9 million. Well, how are we going to spend that money? We're going to spend $2.5 million on new projects. We're going to spend $1.3 million paying developers for projects that are on the ground and generating tax increment revenue, and $5.2 million in ongoing projects. This next chart, let me explain this before Vivian starts talking about the projects in particular. I have it tiered. I have all the new projects on top for the 2.5 million. Then I've got it all has to add up to that 9 million. Then I've got the 1.3 million for the developer payments. And then we've got ongoing projects that some of which incorporate the rollover funds and some of which don't. So the middle section that says ongoing projects, rollover allocations, let's just talk about the first line. The property acquisitions, you'll see that we're estimating that there's $136,000 in this budget year that we are not using. So we're putting it into that line, and Vivian's gonna talk about adding $1 million. So our total budget for property acquisitions will be $1.1 million for this year. And the same thing all the way down. Boynton Beach Boulevard design, economic.
Any questions, like if you don't know what any of these are?
Vivian, I have a question. So if the MLK project does not go through, what happens to that $1 million?
Well, that's not that.
Okay, it's not.
That's up. That's, Teresa,
Yeah,
just scroll up a little bit.
We always have this line of property acquisition. This is up here. These are new.
Yeah.
We always have a line for property acquisition, just so you know, in every budget year. Because things come along that, AmeriGas or
Yes.
opportunities that weren't there before. All of a sudden, you got an assemblage going, like say on MLK, and one of the property owners, God forbid, passes away, and the family decides, hey, I finally want to sell at a reasonable price. I know, I told you, that's one of our tools, redevelopment tools. So,
The 3 Ds.
she's laughing because I always say that. But it's true, so these things come up and you want to be able to have the money to take the opportunity to purchase the property. So that Boynton Beach Boulevard design, I don't know if most of you know what we're trying to do. Okay,
We went over it in the.
Okay, as
in
long
the
as you-
Consolidated
Yeah.
land use plan.
right. Economic development grants,
We go over those every
right?
meeting,
You know
so.
that, legal work, just legal work. That's all our purchase agreements and developer agreements, surveys and appraisals, marina open space. This, Susan wanted to have a little bit extra. This is not new money, that's just rolling over money that was already in that line item.
But
Because
that's way low than what it's gonna actually cost.
Oh, yeah, but we've already PO'd that, and that's an ongoing project.
Oh, okay.
It's actually PO'd, and, because there's a contract, so it's basically, does it show up here?
In this year's budget, this is next year's budget.
This
This
is
year's
next year's
budget,
budget.
Marina Open Space has $1.5 million in it. Well,
We're not gonna spend that.
No,
Yeah.
that's where that 200,000 comes from.
Right.
And that's why it's rolling over. And now, just in case anything comes up, we'll have it in that line item. But if we don't use it during the year or at year end, we can reallocate that 200,000 or whatever is left into a different
We're
project.
just worried if we lift that slab off, there might be like
Right.
Indian bones or something.
Well,
We have to have the archaeologists in there.
Right?
There could be a turtle in there.
I don't know if you know about 211 renovation grant, that's just rolling over. That's Town Square, same thing rolling over. Town Square, we're just a partner in that project, like we're paying for surveys, we're paying for environmental studies,
Yeah, but Town Square is gonna cost us some money.
yes, and that's why, when we're talking about $5 million for Ocean Breeze East, I'm like, no, this is where we gotta really put the future thought into. That's
Right.
contingencies, just, if we go over.
Right, and we didn't use, we hope we don't use any of that this year. So that's why I'm rolling over those funds from this current budget into next year. So we don't have to add any money to that contingency.
Right,
It's already there. Plan update, this has to do with the plan that you just looked at tonight. This is this code review to make sure that the plan actually gets implemented.
That's what Amanda was talking
Right,
about,
and
the
so
audit
this
of
is,
the code.
we had this money already, we're just rolling it over. Cottage District, we're just rolling that money over. We are gonna go out for RFP, we're gonna bring that to you next month. These are, again, this is something we have a line item for community meetings, when we have those meetings for the plan, when we bring food, we have to rent the room and yada, yada, yada. So that's this, these are, and a lot of these line items, like from here down, are like here, these are kind of our standard economic development, property acquisition, legal work, survey. Those are things that in contingency that we, and community in these are ones that you'll see year after year.
Right.
They're on there, so.
Then the bottom, these are ongoing projects that we have allocated new tax increment revenue to. The model block project, $450,000. Special events, $413. And let me stop for a moment because the special events are detailed in your budget overview section on page number. Because when we talk about special events and marketing, there's pages for that to give you all the details. The special events budget is budget overview, page 5. Teresa, that's page 66. And that 413,000 is broken down into these different events. Our Pirate Fest for 175,000, the holiday, tree lighting and concert is 65. The parade is 25,000. The city actually does the parade, and we reimburse them up to a maximum of $25,000. And the boat parade is $12,000. So the whole holiday event costs us $102,000. The Martin Luther King Celebration of Unity is $40,000 this year. I understand that it's being moved from the amphitheater, Ocean Avenue, to actually take place on Martin Luther King Boulevard, which means there's no stage, there's no lights. So all that stuff is extra costs that have to be added. So this budget went up from the previous year. I think it was 15,000, and we have to, we just have to pay for all the extra things that have to take place. The Blarney Bash, I can't say.
Blarney Bash.
Blarney Bash. Okay, I said it. I had to look at Christopher. That's 18,000. That's about the same budget. That's kind of new for us. This will be the third year, right, Christopher? And that'll cost about 18,000. Movies in the Park, 18,000. Music on the Rocks, 20,000. Kinetic Art is new. Well, it's not new. The city we funded that probably about 3 or 4 years ago, and it was held once with no funding from the CRA after that. And Vivian's been talking to Lori, the city and the CRA. We're both putting funds into that event, $20,000 each.
Right now, it's only every other year, and we think it's a really unique event. We want to grow it because we want to do like some big unique events. So we want to make this one of those, and we want to have the public arts administrator focus on the art, and we'll focus on the marketing and the event part of it, so that we can get more art and have make it a real event, so we can attract a whole bunch more people. It's I don't know if any of you got to it last year, but it's a very cool event. So.
Do you want me to say anything since I sit on the Arts Commission?
Sure.
Yeah. This is a huge international art event.
The kinetic art event?
Yeah, we bring people in from all over the world. They had someone from Belgium last time come in and do a teaching thing with Galaxy Elementary, and they created all these solar-powered kinetic pieces of art. I'm sure if you guys were around, you saw that huge block bicycle that was
Yeah.
wooden blocks. That, I think that was everybody's favorite thing. I know it was mine. We also run Arts on the Avenue, so you see all those, a dozen or more pieces of art on Ocean Avenue. They're about to switch out for the upcoming kinetic art exhibit that's coming in. We're doing a huge food tent and all kinds of vendors, so it's going to be much bigger than it was last time even. And then they sell the art all over. We might keep one or two pieces, but usually it's other cities and of course the big ticket people on the barrier island that come over and buy this, especially, everyone likes that silver flower out by the, out by the city hall. It's $80,000 because I had looked at it immediately. And, something like that will probably get picked up and moved to Palm Beach, but we are totally on the map for this. And we have been pushing this very hard. Yeah, and not, just all the art. It's not just this. This is a really big deal. Debbie has been advertising on all the major magazines and doing interviews and all kinds of things to get publicity for, a year now? So this is a really, really, really big deal, and it's a big feather in our cap. So I hope you consider funding it, even if you hate me right now.
No one hates you, Susan. We're bigger people than that.
So we are budgeting $20,000, and the city is also budgeting $20,000 for Kinetic Arts. The Special Events Grant Program, that is budgeted at $20,000, and we had, Kim Kelly just had her big celebration, and that came out, those funds will come out of this budget line in this current budget year.
That's if a group wants to hold an event downtown that actually benefits downtown, and a nonprofit or for-profit, and they want to do something downtown, like a run or something like that actually is in downtown that brings attention to downtown. So that's the goal of this grant, and it's a way to get more events without us doing them.
Yeah.
Right, is this up from last year?
No.
It's the same as last year?
Yep.
I'd like to see us double that.
Well, the only reason we didn't up it, because we didn't use it all.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, so we haven't, I don't know if people don't want to, it's free money, but they do have to match it.
Wait a minute, are you talking about the whole 400,000 or the 20,000?
I'm talking about $20,000. I could see that at $40,000, and I could see us, whether we use it or not, we could develop that. Yeah.
It's, right now it's at, just so you know, it's 5,000 is the limit.
Right.
So if you want to change that policy or recommend that change, if that's what you mean, or I'm not.
I would like us to promote that particular piece of our kind of agenda there, because I don't know how many people know about it. I think we get double our bang for our buck when we do such things,
Right.
and it would promote events in downtown,
Right.
or, CRA district.
Sometimes we have a whole application process, and it's a reimbursable grant, so people have to actually spend the money first up front, and then they get the money from us.
Which I agree.
So they have to submit a budget, and that's kind of the stumbling block, but it's really the only way we can legitimately spend the funds. We can't just give it to them.
No, if they can't do that, then they don't need to be getting funds.
Right.
They struggle with the budget.
That's where the struggle comes in for a lot of the groups.
Yeah. I think we should just give them a form, Susan. Okay. Even that.
So the whole events budget for this, we're recommending at $413,000.
And that is an increase or not over the prior year?
It's an increase. This budget, we took out, the marketing used to be, for these events, used to be part of this budget. We took it out because really Tracy runs that whole marketing program. You're going to see that we're going to talk about marketing next week. We're on these pages.
Okay.
And it is up from last year. The next page, Teresa, page 67, page 6 in your budget overview, is the marketing budget, and at $228,590. That is up from, I believe it was 172, primarily because we have pulled out the special events marketing and put it in this budget. You'll see at the very bottom, the special events marketing for all the events during the year is $66,590. It sounds like a lot of money, but we got a tremendous bang for our buck, not only with special events marketing, but all the marketing programs we do. The pirate attendance alone, if you've been to that event, the attendance has just gone way astronomically high. And that's not just because, that's because the way it's marketed. We do billboards, we do newspaper advertising, handouts, all the businesses put flyers in their businesses. And also, Teresa had another banner year with economic grant activity because of the marketing material that was put out about that. Her grants were $300,000 in this current budget year. And next budget year, we're budgeting $300,000 again, plus $272,000, which is contractually obligated for both the 480 property and the 211 property. But you know, she does tremendous word of mouth, and Teresa talks with everybody that comes in the door, and then the marketing material for that is really dynamite as well. Our concierge event is something new that Tracy started when she joined us, and that brings visibility to us throughout Palm Beach County. So those are the types of, they're all detailed here, and they're the types of marketing events that's really driving people to our marina, driving people to our events, and our downtown area, and making Boynton Beach really well known. So that budget is $228,590. Now, I also asked on the next page, Teresa, your page 6A in your budget book and page 68, I asked Tracy to just break out the events budget so you could see what it really costs us to market each of these events.
I think the concierge event is a great idea. To get hotels, you know, and people who visit the hotels and get the concierge to promote our city is a great idea.
We did it last year, and we had 40 concierges come. We had the head of the Palm Beach County Tourism Bureau come and speak, and it was, they just had, we took them to, they were so stunned at how much further we have come. And
so what do you do? There's a meeting, you guys?
We will take them, what we did was we went to different restaurants and had like little.
Take them on a tour?
Yeah, take them on a trolley, a little nosh at each
You
place.
announce the date? I mean, we'd love to plant some citizens maybe in these
Keith, like, hey. Yeah, that's a good idea, actually.
Yeah, let us know.
Yeah, I'll let Tracy know.
It's
That's
gonna be
actually
a real fun day.
Yeah. Yeah, like everybody be really dressed
Go
up.
to different restaurants. Didn't I see you at the last place?
No, they had a ball. We went to a bunch of the restaurants, and everybody put on a great spread, and they loved it. And yeah, that's because we also do. I don't know if you saw that we do the touch screen in the hotels to market the marina, and so Tracy has. I'm telling you, she is a one-woman machine. She cranks out, I don't know how she does it, but it's a miracle. But she cranks out so much stuff, and she is at so many different meetings and marketing and working with the cities, Eleanor Kressel. So I think because I don't live in Boynton, but I live in West Palm. People used to say when I first started, oh, Boynton, oh my gosh, what are you doing there? They don't say that anymore. They're saying, wow, Boynton's really doing this, and Boynton's doing that, and Boynton's, that's how, and people say, how do you know it's working? I know they're not saying bad stuff about Boynton anymore. So that is how you know you're starting to change the mindset of people about a place. And that's how you know. There's no it's not like you're selling sneakers. We're not selling sneakers here. So it's hard to get a ROI number, but that's the way I look at it. And Steve Skaggs from Two Georges said their numbers just keep going up every year. So
I can attest to that.
So-
They are going up. If we were to want to put more money in, say, the special events, you know, as Alan was saying, I mean, it's a zero-sum game here. We'd have to take it out of something.
Right. And basically, when we get to the, back to the projects page, we can talk about that, or, you know, you'd have to find a place to take it from.
You got to take it from somewhere.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, so Teresa, we'll go back to your page 12 and the project, chart 10 in your charts.
Yep.
And, because we still have to talk about the top part, the new projects, but just going on the bottom here, we talked about model blocks, special events. I'll get back to the police program in a moment. Marketing program, 228,000. Design and engineering, that's kind of a standard every year expense of 150,000. Site work and demolition. When we purchase a property, we have to demolish it, and sometimes there's a lot of site work that has to be done that we don't anticipate on our projects. It comes out of that $100,000. The business incubator project, that's the community caring center culinary incubator project. That was budgeted at $50,000 in this current budget year, and we put it in $50,000 for next budget year. I don't know if the board is going to continue with that program. Vivian, do you want to explain what that is a little
That's
bit?
a partnership with the Secret Garden Cafe, where they do, they incubate businesses that are related to food, preparing food, selling food, people that want to get in that business, so they teach them.
Is that right on Boynton?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yep. So they have 2 kitchens now. They have 2 major kitchens. And so they, you know, people pay, you know, they pay to learn space. You know, these are people that go to green markets. And in fact, we have one lady, Linda, is it Linda? Our Kachina. She was in that program, and she took space in a plaza just south of Boynton Beach Boulevard and opened her own business. So that's, you know, that's the point of incubation. Yeah. So it's a good program. So that's what that is. It's basically an economic development program is what it is.
And now we'll talk about a little bit about policing and District Clean, which is going to transition into the new projects. As Vivian explained it to me, really, we're really doing a clean and safe program now, which has 3 components. It has the District Clean, the cleanup of our blighted sites. It has the neighborhood policing program and code enforcement. So we have already funded in this current year District Clean for $50,000, and we're recommending another $50,000 for next year. The neighborhood police program is budgeted at $363,200. It's $13,200 represents rent for where they are on Martin Luther King Boulevard, and $350 represents the addition of a new officer and also license recognition.
Yeah, license plate reader. This is, if you want to take some money out, the request for an additional officer was not ours. That was the police chief. The neighborhood they're working in is Heart of Boynton, which for us within this area is 380 acres.
So there's 2 police there now.
Right.
So do you want 3? Is that what that's?
Plus the zone, whatever officers are on.
And we pay 100% of their salaries?
Yes.
Yes.
So then there's the 2 zone officers or 1 zone officer. I'm not sure if they're doing 2 or 1 right now.
Sergeant, 2.
2? 2 at a time? Okay. I don't mean neighborhood, but zone. Zone is 2? Zone is 2? Okay.
And
So-
if we didn't have this program, they wouldn't have those officers?
No, they would have 2 zone, but now that zone would have 2, and the zone is bigger than the 380 acres. But that zone does cover Heart of Boynton. And then, so now you've got 2 neighborhood policing officers, which neighborhood policing is different than regular policing. It's really about creating community rapport. Engagement and trying to bridge some gaps that have been created over time. So I don't think in 380 acres we need another one. That's my personal opinion. Clean and safe, eventually when we get a downtown and you have bars and restaurants and people drinking and all that, we will need officers downtown that are walking, that are watching for people drinking. And we pay for an officer in the season at the marina for that exact purpose, because the marina gets a little crazy and people are drinking and acting a little wacky sometimes. So we have an off-duty officer that we pay for that reason. So clean and safe is really about having a presence that people see. It's about making sure that you don't have litter all over, and making sure that you're working with people on any code issues. It's kind of a comprehensive program to improve your area so people want to live there, invest there, have a business there. It's really more than that. To me, the
50,000
additional.
doesn't sound like enough.
Huh?
50,000 doesn't sound like enough.
Well,
to do
50
all
for
that.
litter, it's only for the commercial corridors where people are driving. It's your federal highway, Boynton, MLK, Ocean, Boynton, it's those corridors that, where people throw stuff when they're driving. It's not really I know, people shouldn't do that. I agree. But
It's additional,
Seacrest on
it's
that
additional
list.
trash pickup over and
be that as it
above
may.
the typical route.
People throw stuff in my yard, but it doesn't mean I don't pick it up. Right? So I agree, people shouldn't do that. But be that as it may, if you go to Jupiter, you don't see trash. If you go to Gardens, you don't see trash. If you go to Delray, you really don't see trash, because it's not that people only decide to throw trash out here. It's that they pick it up. So we either are going to be a city that picks it up, or we're going to be a city that doesn't pick it up. So
We got to pick it up.
we got to pick it up.
We got to pick it up.
I just, to me, it's like saying, yeah, I'm not going to take a shower. I'm just not going to take a shower. I don't know. I just can't imagine like saying, I'm just going to leave it like that. I don't know. It's just me. To me, if you really want people to want to live in a place and invite their friends to live there, it has to look inviting,
And that's about how much we spent last year?
We haven't spent that much because we didn't get the program rolling with the city.
Right, I remember that.
Right, it took us a little while, and we may actually contract directly ourselves because we're having a hard time getting them to understand, well, we need reports. We need to know what you're doing. We need to know. So we said, maybe we'll go out for requests for proposals ourselves and then hire directly, and then our contract will say, we need blah, 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 or else you don't get paid. So it's just things like that, because the CRA board is asking us for accountability, and we're like, what do you want me to do? I can't, force people to give me stuff I can't do it, I can only ask, I can't, They won't give me a gun as a CRA director.
No.
I get Sergeant Deal, give me your gun. You can only request from people so many times, and then you have to say, well, the alternative is this, and the alternative to go out for contract. So we may not use all that. It may be less money because we're not paying anybody to oversee it. We're just direct contracting.
But in the neighborhood police program, the clean and safe program, the 363, you're saying that includes 3 officers now?
It does, and also includes another Segway.
Well, if you're going to have another officer, he's going to have another Segway.
Yeah, he's gonna.
Right.
So Mike can tell, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, the actual budget that we received today at 4 from the PD on a very detailed breakdown of the program. If even with the officer, the third officer, which may or may not be decided as needed, and the license plate reader, and another Segway, or as Sergeant Deal mentioned, perhaps if you don't recommend a third officer, then you don't need the Segway, but a Polaris or some type of four-wheel motorized ATV type, sitting in ATV, not a sit down, like it's got to have a little cart. It's more of a cart, like a gas-powered four-wheel ATV with seats in it, can go off the road. The Segways are not designed to, go into the park. It's not designed to go much off the sidewalk unless there's a parking lot or what have you. So, if there are additional initiatives, or let's say there's something going on in Sims Park, and the officers feel like there's a way to reach out to them and maybe find out what's going on there. Why are they kind of there? Maybe there's been some things happening there. That Polaris would be something they could kind of pull up on, and kids, these things are all, it's marketing in a way of the police. I mean, there's the two wheeled segways were the hot thing for a while, and everybody that you'd see on the street and the officers are moving around. You could always, kids would go over and see it. It gives them also a little bit of a height advantage in special events. That kind of moved into this three-wheel Segway, which gives the officers a tremendous amount more stability. They look cooler, and it still gives you the height. But in maneuverability, speed, distance and travel, safety for the officer, that's where the three-wheel Segway comes in. But it was discussed at the ribbon cutting of the model block project earlier this year that if there was anything else needed as we go into next year's budget, consideration, for something, a vehicle of that nature. That's obviously, these are only specifically used for these officers. This is not something the police department's using out on Congress, or, this is the only place it can be spent. It's the only justifiably by statute expenditure that we can,
Right.
allocate and authorize.
That was where I
Right.
was headed.
Right. So that again, if you are on the opinion that a third officer is needed, I'm not sure where the two officers that are running the program now feel about that. I think it's only been 1 year, and really it hasn't started an entire year.
I wasn't even a whole year.
They've been incredibly successul. They've been on television, I think, more than we have, thankfully this year. But
want to be on TV.
it's, it gets back to that over and above thing. But the budget that I have today with the third officer is at 294,451. That doesn't include the rent. It doesn't include the FPL, the water, the alarm, pest control. That comes out of, now it may come out of the 363, and only Susan can answer that, but it doesn't effectively come out of the PD's portion of that budget. We pull that out and say, okay, you have this left. Tell us how you're going to spend it. The license plate reader is about $32,000, and that's with, you have your installation.
What is that for? Besides, I understand reading a license plate, but like, where are they going to position the thing, and what's the purpose?
It's fixed, it's at a fixed location, and you put a sign that says, welcome to our neighborhood.
Yeah, smile your uncanny
Yeah,
camera, right? So you begin, if you're there for reasons other than positive ones, you're going to be a little less likely to drive through to purchase drugs on a street that just took a picture of your car. That's the idea. That's the idea. And I think the police...
Where is it going to, I mean, is it somewhere where somebody can't vandalize it?
I believe they're supposed to be vandal-proof, but...
We can get that detail from you.
Yeah.
I don't know, not knowing that it was going to be, I guess, budgeted or not. I don't know that we asked for that much detail, but...
vandal-proof.
It,
It's on a pole.
Similar
It's
to
it's
what
up
our...
on a pole.
That's what Robert was
those
saying,
other
it's on a
pictures.
pole.
Yeah,
They can mount them inside a car, inside a
red
police
light
car.
camera, kind of station on a pole like a red
I think
light.
so, yeah. We had our other no trespass camera that was on a pole too. I mean, hopefully it doesn't look so obscure. It's just a random pole stuck in the ground. They can use one of the street lights.
Yeah.
Obviously, you want to get it near where there's activity. Everybody kind of feels like that's happening. It's just another deterrent. It's another way to just kind of keep people out of an area they don't want to be, let's say seen in or what have you.
One of the things that I know a CRA cannot pay for is something that the city would otherwise be obligated to pay for. So that's why I'm asking all these questions.
Oh, no, you should ask, absolutely.
In addition to.
It's supposed to be
Right.
innovative policing.
Right.
And I've read about that, and a lot of CRAs are doing this all over the place.
Yep.
Right.
With the community policing and all that kind of stuff. So, okay, that makes sense.
My question on their policing, what criteria say that we don't need a third officer? Could he speak? I mean, being down there in charge, could he speak?
I don't know if I would.
Sergeant Dill, if you want to,
You wouldn't put him on the spot?
I think it's really, I mean, obviously it's the board and your recommendation and the board's decision.
Right.
That's another fund they want to allocate, they want to see. We have a lease for another 2 years.
Right.
But this is Sergeant Deal. Sergeant Deal is the sergeant that's in charge of the program under Captain Mike Kelly, and there's Officer Paramore, both of which have been at our meetings before. Sergeant Deal?
Yeah, Henry Deal, Sergeant, Boynton Beach Police Department. You were asking a question regarding the third officer?
Right, I'm asking,
How would we make a determination as to whether a third officer is needed or not?
It comes down to.
Give us some input on it.
I can simplify it to an officer safety issue. On certain days, I'm by myself and Officer Paramore is off, or vice versa. So I can't ride the Segway without a partner. So there's certain days that I'm just sitting at the office, or I'm doing meetings and things of other administrative type of work. I do the quarterly reviews and stuff like that for the CRA board. And on days that I'm off, Officer Paramore's same thing. He's sitting in the office. He's also making meetings and also counseling kids. We're taking up time, you know what I'm saying? But we're not going out there riding on the Segways and doing more community involvement because it takes two of us because of an officer safety, having that second officer there, especially in that part of the town. We talked about the other zone officers. They are available, but they have their own tasks to do. They have their own scope of things they have to do, calls for service, where we don't have to go for calls for service, but they do. So we can't rely on them, although they do come around and help us out. I know we did that gentleman's property right next to Point Siena, the Hargrove properties, where I asked Road Patrol to come and help us out, make sure that, because there was people squatting in those properties and things of that nature. So they do help us, but if they had a call for service, they would have to leave.
They can't help.
Can I guess we did get something from Assistant Chief Snow today that I'll get to, but I have to ask why the two officers for a program that is operating on its own without the whole police department being involved. It's just you two. Why aren't you scheduled the same days?
Well, we stagger our schedules. Sometimes we have to flex our hours because some days we can only work 40 hours.
Right.
And then, like, for example, next Friday, we have Fill the Backpack.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm off that day. So I'm going to come in that day, but I'm going to have to take another day to supplement my days off. So we have to flex our hours. We don't have, we're not subject to overtime or comp time.
Right.
So there's always that, like this morning I came in at 10 for an early meeting with a community teacher from Park Vista who wants to do some community involvement.
Mm-hmm.
And you'll see that forthcoming in the coming months. But, and I'm still here. So
how many days a
it's
week?
Beyond my 10 hours a day, but it's something I have to just work up, I'll have to flex my hours next week,
Well, I thought when initially started that it would be a sergeant and two officers. That's just what I thought, because I didn't think that you would ever be alone on the.
There are certain days that,
Right, but how many days of the days that you're operating are there two?
4 days a week, there's two of us. There's only that.
Oh, just one day then there?
Just one.
Okay, well, that's good that we got it out on record, because it sounds like maybe there's only one guy all the time. So that's good. But the chief sent an email today trying to explain where they're going this year and maybe where the other officer would be involved. And their description of the third is to, I guess, kind of initiate a SEPTED educational
prevention.
program, crime prevention program with the individual residents of our target kind of area there.
I can speak a little bit on that. What they want to do is, right now we have 2 crime prevention officers that the police department has. But when I talked to Chief Snow about this, and I said, there's no really crime prevention going on the heart of Boynton or on the east side of the city. A lot of this stuff and activities are going on the west side. One being the CSI Smart Water. I don't know if you see the signs along the Congress corridor, Boynton Lakes North Plaza and Boynton Lakes Boulevard, and also in the Leisureville areas. And then Boynton Breeze West has the CSI Smart Water, but nothing really else. I really wanted to expand that for crime prevention. That was something that one of the residents had brought to our attention during a Habitat meeting, that there's really no crime prevention techniques going out. And one of the things that we have is CSI Smart Water.
So the response from the CRA staff to that would be that doesn't sound like a innovative, over and above, out of the box initiative. It sounds like something that's already being done within the police department, but they're looking to add a person to do that in the CRA district. So you and the board would have to decide if that would meet the criteria of the statute as being an unusually innovative or justifiable community policing initiative that isn't already being duplicated. You see, we don't want to.
Yeah, I see exactly where you're going, because it's not that it's not a good idea, it's just not sure the CRA should pay for it.
It's a fabulous idea, but if it's already in the works.
You can hold a meeting at Carolyn Sims Center and talk about smart water, and it's.
Fabulous initiative.
Yeah, I mean, smart water they did it for Ocean Breeze West. It was last year, I think, or maybe the year before. And most of the people signed up for it, and there's 21 houses, and they did it in a hot second. So you hold a meeting and you talk about it and you hand it out, and it doesn't require a full-time person to do that. And speaking as a person who has to staff a whole bunch of stuff, I don't think that's something I could honestly.
Yeah, so it's not saying that it's not a worthy program, it's an
no,
absolute.
Right, it'd almost be better if they promoted it as being an additional officer
But
to
it's
continue
more of
the
a-
services
Right.
that Sergeant Deal's already doing, the
Yeah.
innovative policing they're doing. But to kind of supplement the department's initiative on an existing program, I just don't feel as comfortable.
That's the city's job.
I mean, it could be argued that it is. It could be argued from their position that they don't have enough, this area is a central area of focus, but Chapel Hill and other neighborhoods need the smart water too. So we just have to be careful, because they're doing an amazing job
Yeah,
in what they're doing.
They're really
But we
good.
just don't want to start getting pulled in to what looks like funding existing programs, whether that be the Public Works Department, the Fire Department, the Police Department,
Right.
Planning staff. It really has to be proven or provable that this is an over and above kind of innovative
Out of the box
deal.
thing.
Yeah, that's our litmus test, that's just how we feel. But we certainly follow the recommendations of you all on the board.
Well,
Can I give a point of information real quick? I live in Seacrest Estates. We have smart water. There was a grant given to the community resource officer, Officer Swan. She's given it to everyone at the south end of the county, the south end of the city, if they show up to the neighborhood watch meetings, because we all have it.
Right.
So that, there actually was a grant for that at some
great.
point.
That's good.
I just wanted to give you that
And
information.
The relationships that they're developing with the community, Sergeant Deal and Paramore, could organize that meeting, but it wouldn't be funded by the CRA. That would be an awesome opportunity to work on the people that they've already met, get them in touch with Officer Swan, maybe
Right.
facilitate helping her organize a meeting, but it wouldn't be her that we're paying for the program. That would be just my take on it.
Go ahead. Sorry.
well, my concern is, I know we, like you said, it's sketchy about the other officer, but I'm looking at for the future in our day and time, I think he have to have the tools to do the job.
Yes, sir.
He have to have the tools to do the job. And we're gonna spend money, I think we should, at least you saying on a trial basis, let's just give it a shot and just take, as it goes.
Well, you certainly have, the CRA is paying for it, so they have the authority to direct the funding and the program the way we see fit, so the direction wouldn't be this proposal for the new officer. It will look more like that.
He was
proposal.
saying to begin with.
Right.
What Sergeant was saying to begin with, which
Right.
is we can't go out if one of us is off.
Right, that's my point.
That,
The
that
coverage
seems to me
isn't
to be a
there.
much better reason.
Yeah.
Sorry.
3 guys can do more initiate, they can initiate more new things than
They
they
can.
can too.
Yeah.
And I think if we're all picking up on the same language,
Yep.
it's that type of language we're using, and that written criteria begins to become the validation for where the money's going.
Right.
Just like we're gonna have to recommend an ILA change for the invoicing the city does. It can't be a situation where you're dividing $300,000 by quarters and they just invoice you the appropriate amount for that quarter. It needs to be linked to actual expenditures.
Right.
If it's a bike rack, here's the receipt for the bike rack. If it's an officer's time, here's the officer's time. It can't get so unsubstantiated that we begin to wonder where that money's going. If it's $294 and the budget's $350, I can't get a quarterly
Bill, for a
invoice
fourth of
for
350.
Yeah, I can't. So, and these guys understand that. It's going to be educating and still constantly educating the internal workings over there, just like the Clean and Safe. If the invoice is from the Clean and Safe company that's doing the extra pickup is less than what the amount we've set aside, they don't just get the extra amount.
Right.
So we're staying on top of it for
Yeah.
you and for us, but we can certainly add language.
It's a new program, so we're trying to work through it, and, you know, an ILA has certain deliverables, and I think the person billing us doesn't know, and so we're trying to work through it. We're trying to work through it.
It'll be
Right.
it's just
No, you've got to,
education.
because you
Yeah.
get in big trouble
Sure.
for spending money we're not supposed to spend. But I like the idea
Mm-hmm.
of making sure that there's always two officers that can go out on patrol.
You also, don't you have the same gap, if you will? I mean, you eventually have to take a vacation day, or somebody could sick or
Exactly.
that.
Back in
So-
March,
so it's
I took
almost
I took a vacation week. I took a week for the spring
That's
break.
very understandable.
No, you're not allowed to have that.
I took a week.
A whole week?
Yeah. Well, spring
Just
break, and
put
I had to do
Teresa
something with
in
my
there when
son.
you're not there.
So,
Teresa
Give her
over.
a uniform.
and for example, two weeks from now, Officer Paramore goes away for a school, and it's a
Yeah,
2-week school.
Yes.
So,
Training, you got,
you know, the training, those 2 weeks, I'm going to be
I mean, because you have.
central by myself.
You're going
You
to
know,
be by
just-
yourself, and you're going to have to
Yeah.
stay in the...
So I'm going to come visit Mike and Vivian at the office.
You won't be out on the Segway. You'll just be in the office.
I'll be on the office. I'll be in my car. I'll be doing other administrative type work. I'll be doing other things. I'm not sitting around doing nothing, but, we could cover more ground if I had
Right.
an extra person,
See,
yes.
that makes a lot more
Right,
sense.
and he certainly can move around in the vehicle. I mean, he's not
Yes,
limited to-
I'm in it. I have a vehicle and I do.
To a Segway.
to the Segway, but
Yeah.
Oh, we can drive a car?
And on a vehicle, the new vehicle you need, it's kind of like a beach burger, not beach burger, but you can go off road.
yeah, that's
The methodology behind the Polaris was a lot of, we were trying to combat some of the issues going on in Sarah Sims Parks with the off-road four-wheel
Right,
vehicles.
Yeah.
As police cars, we can only go so far around the park.
Right.
And then with segways, we can get onto the concrete walkways in the park, but then we have to stop.
Right.
And then they're usually on the dirt path way in the back of the park, on the far west end of the park. So with a Polaris or some kind of 4x4 vehicle like that, we figure we can get to access where they're at.
You need that.
You're going to be
In that
chasing
area.
these guys down with your Polaris?
I'm sorry?
You're going to be chasing these guys down with your
I'm not going to be chasing anybody in a Polaris, but at least if we have high visibility,
No,
we can
I
get to
am all
them
for
easier
it,
than
but
getting out of a patrol car.
I've seen these
or
guys
off a
go
seg-
through town.
Oh, yeah.
I know of who we speak.
yeah.
But I'm just,
That's-
sometimes our
that's weird.
When I
presence,
was a kid.
yeah, sometimes our presence alone will help offset some of that, just a few, just the activity and stop it and nip it in the
Yeah.
bud.
Run
I
faster
think
than
we should get you on a
Maybe
souped up
since the
one. We
days-
should paint it with dare
Sorry?
on the side and
I didn't,
a
I'm
little
sorry.
light on top.
That's okay. No, I was just
Okay, that's
thinking that
good.
since there's an
Got it.
overlap in days where sometimes there's only one, the third Segway might not get as much use as the one Polaris.
That's correct.
So
Yeah, that makes sense.
maybe
Yeah, we
we
don't
need
need
to
that, yeah.
to recommend that instead of the Segway.
Yeah.
I didn't put the budget together, but I wouldn't do the third Segway myself.
Okay.
That would be my
Yeah,
opinion.
no, I think that's
But,
okay.
You would say the Polaris instead of a third Segway?
yes,
Yeah.
only because I think I'd get
Yeah,
more
that's what it
activity,
sounds like.
especially in accessibility to certain areas where I could not get. in a
Sergeant, could you
Segway.
also speak briefly about the license plate reader? I mean,
I know very little, like I said, about the license plate reader. I don't know where it's going to be posted. I know specifically it has to be somewhere in the heart of Boynton. I don't know if it's on a pole mount or if it's on a trunk mount of a car. And if that car's going to be mounted or parked on the side of the road on MLK or Seacrest. Again, but it has to be specifically for the heart of Boynton.
That's what we talked about earlier. Was
where do you think would be the ideal place? I mean,
Well-
your station is going to be on MLK, right?
My station is on MLK, 404 East
Right,
MLK.
right. So- And I think once you put the license plate reader up, they're just going to take another route
take an
out, right?
alternative
I
route.
mean, you got one license plate reader, they're going to say, well, maybe we shouldn't
That's
go
where
that
the
way.
redevelopment's occurring now. So the goal would be to get MLK
Yeah,
cleared.
get it cleared.
Let them go
That's what
somewhere
I'm
else.
saying. Yeah,
And
yeah.
when
You
the
can move
developer
it.
drives through and says, where would I want to invest? We don't have, potentially, you can't stop 100%. This isn't going to do anything, eventually.
You mount it on the Family Dollar and you shoot it right down the street.
Yeah.
I also have some experience
that was
with
one
those
of
little
the-
red lights that I'm not supposed to be in front
Well,
of.
actually, we didn't know that little camera that CRA board got down there? That is a turret. So anytime they see the camera, they
What you're trying to deter is the people coming to buy the drugs.
Right.
Yeah.
Not the people selling them, because if people stop coming to buy them, the people selling them will go away, because they don't have any customers. So that's the goal, is to try to stop that, the flow.
So this program is 1 year old?
It's
Not
not
even-
quite.
Start till January.
Yeah,
So it's not yet a year old.
Yeah.
9 months.
We're very happy with it. We're very happy with the response from the community.
I love that, and I love that, you know. Our cleanup efforts and our creative policing efforts, I think, are both
Yeah, great job, thank you.
part of our
Thank you very
job
much.
of clearing up blight.
Yeah, to see officers interact in a neighborhood they haven't had, there hasn't been a great relationship with the children it's really good, and we want to change that for the future, and, so that it's a safer place for everyone.
Yeah, what we're doing, I don't want to take up any more of your guys' time. I know you've been here a long time. What we're moving into now is we're teamed up with the Gulfstream Council, with the Boy Scouts, and we're targeting the kids in Point Santa and Galaxy Elementary, and anybody else who lives in the heart of Boynton, for the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th graders, and trying to get them on board with the Boy Scouts and give them a structure, give them an environment that they can learn stuff. And me and Officer Paramore, we're doing meeting with those. We just went through the training last week, and then we have upcoming events scheduled to get them, once school gets started in a couple of weeks, to get them enlisted. We teamed up with our stakeholders, Michael Bird, who runs the Wildcats here in Boynton Beach. He's going to be involved as well. So we've got things coming up for the young, the next generation that's going to come up, the next generation of leaders coming up. So that's what we have planned in the next quarter.
And do you normally work a shift at night or during the day?
We stagger our hours. So
Okay.
some days we'll come in early, and sometimes we'll come in late, depending on the need of what's going on. If I knew today I was going to stay this late, I would have came in later just to stagger my hours. But we play both ends.
Okay, so then it's
Sometimes
not so predictable that somebody who can,
That's the key.
Predict.
We're not predictable.
Right.
Because our hours are flexible, and because of that flexibility in our hours, and we have morning schedules, and we have afternoon schedules, even late night hours. So I've been there as far as late as 10 o'clock, 10, 11 o'clock at night. So.
So just to recap, you need 3 officers there to send 2 out into the community?
It'd be preferred, yes. That's my personal opinion. I think
How many-
well, he can't
chief's
really
opinion
go
as
unless
well.
he goes in his car, therefore you sort of eliminate the community policing aspect.
How many vehicles do you need then? Because one would be at home base and 2 would be out. So you'd only be utilizing 2 vehicles at a time.
That's correct. We park our patrol cars at the station, and that's where the segways are stationed at, because we had to plug them in. They're electronic driven. So if 2 officers out, and I would be a third, or if 2 officers are out on the segways, and on a Polaris, and I have 2 other officers on the Segway, it'd be ideal, because then I still have a 3rd officer. So it's it's really.
He can come out that way.
Yeah.
We need 3 in a Polaris. His car.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, 3 in a Polaris.
An off-road boat.
The
No, 2
ideal
in a
situation.
A Polaris.
2 in a Polaris, he said just 2.
Well, 3 total officers and a Polaris is what.
Yeah, I already have 2. I already have 2
And the 2
Segways.
Segways.
I already have
They
the 2
already
Segways.
have.
Segways you don't need.
Not anymore.
No.
I don't need a 3rd one.
No, never need a third one.
Gotcha.
So,
No new
Go
one.
for that. Go for 3 and 1.
Yeah, I don't know what the Polaris costs, but all that together now is at $294. So
So basically, it sounds like it's a little bit less than the 363, so you tighten these numbers up eventually.
Yes, when I originally did the budget, I had 300,000 for the 200,000 for the 2 officers, 100,000 for the additional officer, 40,000 for the license plate reader, the software installation and signage, and $10,000 for miscellaneous supplies and project expenses. So that's why you see the 3 plus the rent. That totals the 363, 200.
Right.
Good deal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sergeant.
Go home,
Pull it
get a
for
good
you.
night's sleep.
Now we
Looking
could
for
get to the
The
new
new
projects.
stuff.
Teresa, could you scroll up, please, on that same page? Okay, just before we leave the subject of clean and safe, you'll see that number 5 is $125,000 for a code enforcement officer. That's the 3rd leg of this clean and safe program.
Now, this is a new thing that I'm adding, and this is not unusual for CRAs to do.
I was going to ask you, because it sounds like a city function.
It is, but this would be an officer only working for the CRA, on CRA. That's it. No crossover. The city's looking to revamp their whole code enforcement. They might even change the name to call it something different, like community improvement or something more positive. Looking to move it under fire, so, because fire can do inspections anyway on property. So they're trying to change it so it's like, instead of the whip, they're gonna use the carrot, because we have a lot of elderly people that can't physically or financially take care of their property, so looking for problem solvers. So I'm on board with this, and I think we have a lot of code enforcement issues in the city. We have way more in the CRA. The CRA holds the bulk of the code enforcement problems.
So why isn't the city focusing on it?
They don't have the staff. They simply don't have it. They don't have it. They just don't have it. And they're moving towards a different kind of program. The program they're looking at is one out of Broward, I think. And it's really more of a professional level person, if I can describe that properly, where they have bachelor's degrees, and they are like, they go to somebody's house and they're not there like, oh, I'm just writing you up. They're trying to find out what's the issue. You know, if you're a homeowner and you're an elderly person and you literally don't have the funds, or you're blind or whatever, okay, let's call elder services or find out who the family is, or, you know, solution-oriented, solving that problem. So, yeah, less militaristic and more solution-oriented. We have a lot of cool things now in code enforcement that I don't think people know about, too. That's another thing. We have ways of moving properties with huge liens on them, transferring them without that lien so they can get redone. Lots of people don't know that. That's a program I brought from where I came from, and they finally got it done. They finally have it in place now, and we've got a couple properties done through it. So educating people about these programs, like how they work. How do you do it? What does it cost? You know, what's this, you know, where's the form? How do I get it? So that's what I think is very, clean and safe is really about comprehensive attacking. What are the issues that we have? How do we make
Tax blight, yeah.
And it's code, if you drive through a lot of our neighborhoods, commercial and residential, you can't spit without hitting a code enforcement problem in our district. It's everywhere, everywhere. And the problem that I'm finding is, trying to be politically correct, I'm not finding much solutions with the system we have now. I'm not finding much help. I'm not finding, how do we make this work? You know, we have our grants that could help. We have this other new tool, the conditional lien reduction. We have these tools, but we need somebody that can have a brain and go out and put all that together for somebody, you know, bring it all together. So it's really, I'd like to try it. I don't know if it's like the answer, you know, if you brought 10 properties into compliance or got them sold and redone, or that's what I'm looking for. Do you know what I mean?
Well, your whole point is that the code enforcement officer would be, again, focused on the blighted conditions.
Yeah.
Which is what the CRA has to fix.
North Federal is a really good example. You can probably, like I said, drive a mile and probably spot 10 properties that are easily have code enforcement issues, from landscape problems to lack of paint, you know, a million of them. So, and that's something that I hear from the community a lot. You know, why does it look like this? And I'm telling them, and they point out, and I said, well, that's private property. I don't have any control over it. So this is, I hear it all the time. I hear it, and I'm sure you hear it too. And I'm like, it's private property. You know, it's not anything the city can do anything about except through code enforcement.
Except,
So we're trying, Lori and I, the city manager, are trying to, you know, look at this, okay, if you keep doing the same thing and not getting results, then you gotta try to look at it a different way and attack the problem differently. Otherwise, you're just wasting money and time, which I hate to do. And I know it's a lot of money, but I don't think it hurts to try it and see if it doesn't make a difference. It doesn't mean it has to be forever, because if the district changes the way we hope it does, then obviously we don't need it anymore. We won't need it. There's things that will go away that we will not need. Like at some point, the litter program, we may not need that as much. We will need some, but not as much, because people won't feel as comfortable throwing stuff around nice areas. But when areas are not taken care of, they obviously feel, hey, no one's taking care of it, I'll just throw my trash out. That's just human nature. Some human nature. So that's that.
okay.
An MLK corridor redevelopment on CRA property, that's what I talked about a little earlier tonight, to make that a reality. This is a number I put in there based on what you heard tonight. That's simply would be cash out. Now, that may not happen in this fiscal year, I'm not sure. If they, in fact, obviously if they didn't get the tax credit allocation, it wouldn't happen. The money would just roll over. We would know if the board, went with your recommendation and directed me to bring back an agreement, that money would be simply contingent upon them receiving an allocation and going through underwriting and getting a closing. And at that point, the money still would not go to them until they closed on the properties and on their tax credit equity. So again, and that may or may not happen. So if it doesn't happen, we'll know soon enough, and then that money could be reallocated into another
That's real
project.
cash money. That's not just the land we own.
No, that's not the land. The land would be written off.
Right.
The land is worth five something, like 525. So that would come off our books, out of our asset sheet, off our asset sheet.
Won't that hit our fund balance?
Not the fund balance, it'll hit the balance sheet.
Properties themselves.
Properties, the property line.
Yeah, got that. So you're
Right.
gonna
But every property,
debit credit kind of girl.
But-
So if you credit the land,
But the
you got
money
to
has
debit
already
something.
been, the money's already been spent, so it won't hit the
Right.
fund balance.
Right.
It'll hit on the crosswalk between the fund balance and the GASB 54 adjustments. That's where it hits. It hits in that line.
yeah, the money was spent a long time ago. So it's, and again, I doubt we're going to get anyone to pay us for that land. If they got, again, he told you what these people want for the land, and I know it's true. I've talked to them years ago, and those numbers have not changed. One of the owners used to be the CRA chair. He went in and bought a lot of property in there. So that came out of strategic planning, which hopefully next year you guys will be involved in. Dog park, that came out of strategic planning. Now this is purchase.
It's a lot of money for a dog park, just saying.
Well, that's if we have to buy land. If we don't, if we are able to do it on a piece of land the city owns already, then that will change drastically. If not, then we're gonna have to look at buying land. So one of the things, of course, when you're trying to develop a downtown, the people that want to live downtown almost always have dogs.
Yeah.
They almost always have dogs. So we have to sort of, remember the audience that is going to be here. And so that's why this became a priority, as to creating a real downtown that people want to live in, and attracting those kind of people here.
But that's really dependent upon the town center, isn't it? So isn't it maybe a little premature to have it in the budget now?
No, 500 Ocean, they're allowing dogs. Las Ventanas allows dogs. Seabourn allows dogs.
Well, Marina Village, Casa Costa,
Yep.
they allow dogs.
All the new rentals allow dogs.
You could also
So-
look at it as a way to address the one comment that was made and other meetings have been made where you're having all this redevelopment, but you're not having green either forced by the developer per se or the city initiative. So, it is a dog park, but it's also a
A green
space
space.
that occupies, more activity than just.
You also look at it as one of the things that we talked about in strategic planning was a way of creating a community area, like people love to come together, like at dog parks, and sit and shoot the breeze. It's a way of creating a community place, gathering place, which in a downtown area is very important. So, and again, this number just means if we had to buy land, we would have to allocate money to do it. I can't say we will. We have a very small parcel near our office that is city-owned, and we'd have to do some design work to see if it'll work. I'm not sure if it will. I think it's a great little area. I would love that to be the place. If that's the case, then we're done. We could slash that.
And if that were to happen, this is the budget, we don't spend that money, can we reallocate it to a project or we have to roll it over? We can reallocate it within the same budget year, right?
Yes, or roll it over and reallocate
But
it.
we could
in the next-
reallocate it within the same budget?
Yep.
Yes, absolutely.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
The next one, that's a good one.
Yeah, stabilization of the old high school. We did get an EPA grant of $100,000 and to clean up the inside of the mold and mildew and pigeon stuff. So we have to match it, and also a revolving loan at, I think it's 3% or 2% of $200,000. So this is kind of the match to that, but basically it's re-roofing it, boarding the windows, not putting new windows in because we don't know what the ultimate, how it'll be
Do
used.
you really even want to put a roof on? Don't you just want to patch it?
Well, that's a good question. And the commission/CRAAB board has said, don't bring us any town square proposals that doesn't include the high school. And then now they seem to be kind of wavering on that. So, I try to follow the policy, but the policy sometimes can be like a bouncing ball. So,
So the EPA is going to give us $100,000.
right, and I don't
We
want
have
to.
to spend 100, so that's 200,000. It has to be spent.
No, we don't have to match it 100%. We don't have, it's not a
Oh, it's not
match.
100%.
No.
But why would we want to replace the roof? Why wouldn't we want to just patch it and board it?
Oh, no, the roof, oh, no, it all has to be, it's bad. Oh, yeah, it's bad. It's rotten through.
Yeah, we put a rubber roof on it like 3-4 years ago, and
Yeah.
it's.
Yeah,
as
the
a
wood is-
stopgap. We paid $18,000, I think, for a piece of rubber to go over the gymnasium roof, and the rest of it we left alone, so it's really bad.
Yeah, if they really, and some of the people who I think will respond to the RFQ for the town square are saying they want to keep it, so this would be,
But the city or the CRA or somebody needs to.
it would be
up
to at
help
least
them.
stabilize it so it doesn't
Stabilize,
get any worse. That's really what it is. It's just kind of hardening it against the elements for any.
So putting a
further.
roof on is not going to change what would ultimately happen to the building.
Unless they tear it down, which would really be a waste of money, for our roofing it, but, this is in there as towards town square. It's helping town square. So, and I'm committed to this project. I hope you are committed, because I think if it happens, it'll really, really help downtown. It'll change the face of downtown. It'll change the face of Boynton Beach Boulevard. And it will really make such a difference. So that's why that's in there. They made that policy statement, don't bring us, and then they're kind of like wavering now. So it's in there.
Is 450 what you think it has to be? It can't be 250?
Oh, no, the roof, there's portions of it that are barrel tile, and that's very expensive. And then there's wood on where the gymnasium is, as Alan was saying, that actually has to come off and be re-sheathed. So, yeah, the roof will be 200, easy.
And unless something's changed with the EPA grant, the cost of the project is greater than the grant. So in order to get the grant, there had to be a commitment of funding to pay for the over grant amount of the cost of the project. I mean, if they continue, you being the commission, and certainly it appears that that's what it's been for many years, if you allow it to deteriorate to the point that it can't be saved, then you've done something, right? So, or you decide.
Decision by indecision.
That's a decision.
Right,
Yeah.
you decide, well, and I think that's honestly, it's kind of like, let's just not deal with it, so we won't even let it live. We'll
Yeah.
just
That's the
open
decision
it.
that apparently has been made.
Right, so
Yeah,
if,
so far.
it really you could even put Town Square in front of the stabilization and make it really linked to the Town Square project, not that we're improving a city-owned facility. We're linking it to this ultimate community
Well, I think that's
redevelopment
probably a
project.
good idea.
At least if it stops it, you have more opportunity to deal with it. That's, it's bad inside.
We're getting a little more positive feedback from developers about keeping it as a building to be used to house the art center, the civic center. So there's a little more softening on that. So trying to feel positive about that. Again, code review, revisions for the CRA related to the CRA plan. That again will be outsourced to a consultant. So, and that seems to be always the number they put on everything is 100,000 and up. So, and that'll be a very large project that will be at least 6 months, if not longer. Code enforcement, we just talked about that. Amphitheater site improvements, that is really where we're taking that awning and adding some wings to it. So rain doesn't come in and pop the receptacles and wet the sound equipment. And it can be done. Mike went out there and met with
Sounds like a bad design to begin with.
Yeah, it was just a little too, modern. Maybe it needed to have a little more enclosure. So it's, and then we want to add a little bit of a paver area so that there's more paver area there, and try to make it more of a usable area. So, and this was added by the City Commission / CRA Board. Pocket Park on MLK on CRA land.
What's a pocket park?
It's a small park, very small park. It's on 2 parcels that we own. They're like 50 by 100, so it'll be a park that's 100 by 100.
Is it worth asking the neighborhood policing officers what they think about the idea?
Yeah, Sergeant.
Not to put him on the spot.
Yeah, well.
Great idea.
It was in response, I believe, to some of the. That's okay.
So you're gonna have to bring me up to where you guys were in conversation.
The MLK Pocket Park, adult Pocket Park.
No comment. All right.
No comment as a go.
I was briefed on this shortly from Mike, and I heard about it in the last commission meeting. I think Commissioner McCray proposed it. There is, from my understanding, and I'm from a law enforcement personnel, I have to look at things differently, maybe from everybody else. I already see a lot of people hanging out and loitering on LLK, and this is just another avenue for them to do so in a legal sense, because they'll be hanging out in the park. The idea is to keep the street moving, keep the street free of people from loitering and hanging out and, causing an environment that people don't want to come there and shop and entertain themselves and to visit. By giving them another park, because there's a Sarah Sims Park right on the other side of Seacrest, is just giving them another avenue to exploit their loitering. That's that's from a law enforcement
The stated goal was to move them from one end to the other end. Now, I will tell you that on the west side of this proposed property, is a owner-occupied home. It will be directly adjacent to this park, and across the street is an owner-occupied home. And if you look at your plan, in the appendices, there is called an existing conditions. The Heart of Boynton has the most parks of any of the 6 districts. And we're working on trying to make Sarah Sims happen, which is requiring us to do acquisitions to make it happen, property acquisition. And we're struggling with that. We're doing it, but it's piece by piece. And so I'm not sure what we're doing here.
So we're here to decide on the funding of this. Was this park already approved by the CRA board?
No, they actually, they've gotten the budget, but they haven't, discussed it.
You're just providing recommendation on whether you think
Yeah.
it's a good idea or not a good idea. Is
Yeah.
it worth funding or not? You're not approving,
And then you
obviously.
could recommend where that money could
Yeah.
go.
There's your extra 20.
Rethink, you could recommend.
Well, there's my extra 75. What are you talking about, 20?
We found at least 20
There's your
for you
20. There's a
there,
Polaris in there.
And I'm just gonna throw this out. I'm not really. I think I'm tired. I'm also a landscape architect, and I also kind of understand a little bit about redeveloping blighted areas. So the first thing, this sounds like a good idea. If we've got undeveloped land, you put a couple of benches and park chairs in a garbage can, and you've at least cleaned up a couple of empty lots. With me? Why am I talking to you?
But I'm listening.
But you are listening. So so we do that. We do it instinctively. I don't know, Mac McCrae or whoever came up with this idea. My second thought was, when you started talking, was, okay, I need a particular kind of bench. So people can't really actually sit on like those bus stop benches where you can't lay on them. And, I need a really low hedge, and I need a really big garbage can. And I really need tall palm trees so you can see through the whole area. Otherwise, what are we going to do with it? We're just going to cut the grass?
We already did that.
I already did that.
Yeah, we do. It's our property, so we already, cut it and all that.
Okay, because I'm not really visioning where this is.
It's actually towards the east, on the south side, towards their office. It's right near their office.
Right.
So what I would propose.
Maybe if we cut the budget in half and I got more money for events. And literally, I'm not being funny. I'm talking about putting less plant material there and less things to keep it more open for safety and vision. Does that make sense?
It's really envisioned as like a cement sidewalk, some benches, trash cans, and some lighting for the evening so you could see through there.
Right.
So there's how many acres of vacant? There's quite a bit of vacant land all around where
Behind
we're making
it too, right?
Yes, where we're making the pocket park,
Right.
so to speak, which again is half a block from Sarah Sims and Heritage Park. So if the people, I think you made a good point. If it's a public space, on one hand, is it easier when people are violating, doing things in a public area that they shouldn't be? Is it easier for them to remove them as opposed to, let's say, in front of Bell's Market, which, is a private property? If the answer was yes, then maybe we're giving them a place to kind of actually get removed from. But then you have a 4-acre park across the street in Sarah Sims Park that is certainly another place they could be sitting, and gathering.
Because they know the law better than any of us, that if they get arrested there selling drugs anywhere in a park, near a school, a house of worship, the sentence is much more stronger than if they get
within 1,000 feet.
Well, there's certainly no crime going on in a vacant parcel that's, just grass and it's cut.
I'm sorry?
There's no crime going on in a vacant, sodded lot.
Yeah, no one's hanging out there, and they're not going to hang out there because they can't buy anything there. They can't you know.
There's, yeah.
Well, I remember a CRA board meeting, has to be a year ago now, when the proposal was to cut all the trees down so we could see everybody. And I remember thinking, really, we're just going to mow all the trees down so that we can see people? And I remember there was a big debate, and I know Woodrow and Mac, they were all debating, about what to do, and it was a whole loitering issue.
Yes.
And, the answer was, as I remember, was if we don't create these spaces, then we don't have the loitering issue. And it sounds like we're just about ready to do exactly the opposite by creating the space, which will create the loitering.
Well,
So I don't understand it, because I know the Sarah Sims Park's right around the corner.
Well, and they're
So it
already
doesn't make
sitting
any
on
sense
vacant
to
land
me.
next to Bell's now. I mean, there's
They're
300
sitting on our
feet of
land.
vacant land that's
They're already
ours
sitting on our land.
that we haven't been able to get them removed from throughout the last several years, with the camera, without trespass agreements, without, someone has to enforce that, and there's a lot of other things going on in the city than to shoot 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 or 10 people out of chairs next to Bell's. There's other things going on. So it's a,
I just don't think, I personally don't know if we should be adding to the problem.
Well, that's what it sounds like to me, but what do you think, Rob?
It's just one of those.
Well, I don't, I agree with her. I don't think we should add to the problem. If we got too many parks already. So if we move from one park to it, so you Kevin, leaving the problem here, bringing the problem with you to another spot.
Right.
So I think we got too many parks. I don't.
Well, and then you can imagine these people are out there. I mean, there's lots of people. You'd say, hey guys, why don't you get out in front of Bell's
Come
and
over
the Family
here.
Dollar and come down and hang out here? And I'm
Look,
not
the
being
CRA just
sarcastic.
made a new park.
I've been doing this a long time, and Sergeant Deal's been in this department a long
So that's
time.
what Max thinks ought to happen? That's what he's trying to do, is move them out of,
And he said they shouldn't go to Sarah Sims because these people shouldn't be around children.
Right. He wants to give them somewhere to go, is what his exact words are. And while I have great respect for the commissioner and the board member, I don't know that he's thought it through completely to what the ill effects will be after they've created a park, perhaps even with a name that may be someone requesting it. I don't know what that connection is either, but, we will implement whatever the board's.
Sure. I think that Alan's right. I think the real purpose of the park is to remove blight, but we already have a future land use change right across the street where the proposal for the senior living place is going to go up, and so you got those two things going to remove blight. So I really don't see the need for the park to remove blight as well. So that's what we're here for. So, yeah.
Yeah, so we're gonna kick that one to the curb. Is that what we're doing? Number 7?
Yeah.
yeah, is there anything else we want to, it's hard to challenge any amounts of money, like $698,000 for a dog park, sounds like a lot of money to me.
It might be, if we don't have to buy land, it would probably be too much. Hopefully we don't have to.
It's good to be a dog, is that what you said? From the house to the park, from the house to the park.
Hey, half of that will be in design.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. At least 18% will be.
Is that it?
That's it, I think we're done.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only other chart is a debt service chart, but it just lays out year by year. You don't need,
Yeah.
it's what it is.
All right, in terms of the plan, we need a motion. We could have several motions.
Well, you got to say if you want to make a recommendation to reallocate that money, where do you want to put it? You want to put it somewhere else?
Yeah.
Put it in one of these other line items?
Do we have a line item for that? I mean, I'm just thinking economic development somewhere. I think that,
You can, yeah, we have economic development grants. They,
well, we spoke earlier, I spoke earlier about how I would put more money into events, grants kind of thing.
right, we can
or
put it in
grants.
there if you, that's at the very bottom. That would be, under special events, and if you want to say you want to double that amount. The other thing I would say, if you want to add to Kinetic, I would add to Kinetic. Because Kinetic, Lori's putting 20, we're putting 20. That may be low for that event if.
It does kind of sound low for that event.
Yeah.
What's our,
I mean,
this
it's
is our
more than
third
they've
year.
spent before, but I know.
Yeah, but we can blow, it's been blowing up year by year, or event
Yeah.
every other year.
Yeah.
And,
And we'd obviously like to, I know how my stuff is. They like to do it like,
Well, the intent is to make it annual, so
Right.
people, it's something they look forward to all the
Right.
time, not
Yeah,
this
every
kind of
other
whole
year is kind
off,
of
year
odd.
on.
Yeah, every
Is
other
this the
year's
year?
hard.
Is it last?
I think
Yeah.
in that way, Debbie, because if it's yearly, Debbie is going to have to just focus on getting those artists because it's going to come, around next year.
That's a good idea. So if we take the 75 and
And
20
to the events.
20 to the events and
Kinetic
20 to Kinetic and.
That still leaves 35.
And
That
then
leaves
35 to economic development grants.
Okay.
Good, let's do it.
Motion?
So we have a motion?
What she said?
I'll second that motion.
And do we have a second?
Yes.
Okay, so Alan made the motion and.
2015?
And Dr. Jim,
Second.
Alan made the motion, Dr. Jim second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Everybody ready to go to bed?
We got only one thing.
What's up?
One little grant. One thin grant.
Oh,
One thin grant.
do you need our,
Oh, yes, there was something else.
Well, do you recommend to
do you need our
approve?
little things back too? Or you need-
Board-
But not the book, just the,
Board Chair, before you move
I'm not going anywhere, I'm sorry.
Move approval of the budget,
Do I have a motion? I did.
of the changes or the budget?
No, the motion was to approve the budget with those changes.
Okay,
Very good.
perfect.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
It's an all-in-one.
Starting to fade here.
The change,
I'm starting to
an
fade.
amendment to the amendment, amended the amendment as amended.
Can we amend them?
Accept amendment as it is amended.
Okay, so we have a commercial facade grant to Mill Spring Properties LLC, 314 Northeast 3rd Street.
It's in an industrial area. It's
I
just-
thought so, yeah. on
Yeah,
there.
right off Boynton Beach Boulevard.
Want to tell us anything about it?
Yeah.
It's a good one.
It's a good one?
Is it good?
It needs to be cleaned up, and they had actually, where
Pew pools.
okay, Boynton Beach Boulevard,
Yep.
the ABC rental.
Yep.
The building is right behind there, and they had originally, Cove Pools is renting another portion of their warehouse. They've got one in front that really needs to be.
So this is consistent with our Boynton Beach Boulevard, take it a whole block back concept in the consolidated plan too.
And this is a great, it's kind of a whole business. He's a doctor that's invented something.
A bone saw.
It meets the criteria of the grant, right? Is that, it meets the
Well, it
criteria?
met all the criteria, I mean, that was in there.
Yeah, absolutely did. So it's painting.
I'm gonna be a doctor that invents something.
Yeah, I say it.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Okay, first, second.
First?
I gotta say, you guys are like, you guys hang in there. I can't. You are so good.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank
Are
you.
there, is there any more
Thank you.
public, Susan, you have anything else you would like to mention? God, she is just.
You know school hasn't started yet.
I cannot believe school starts next week.
Yeah, for teachers. Susan Oyer, 140 Southeast 27th Way, Boynton Beach. Oyer. Thank you for double checking. I gave copies of this to the commissioners at the commission meeting last night. As you guys all voted to have nice high limits in certain parts of the city, someone made the statement, well, I said something at the last commission meeting, you know, there are detrimental side effects to having tall buildings, and one of the developer's lawyers said I didn't know what I was talking about, so I went and got you the scientific proof. I went through everything, highlighted everything I thought you would find interesting to prove my side of the story. If they want to prove theirs, they can go spend quality time with my best friend Google and find their own research. If you go through each of these, they tell you about increased suicide rates from tall buildings. They talk about the asthma problems. They talk about the urban heat, desert island, I forget what the official name is. It talks about obesity going up. There's proof of that if you are around high buildings. Increased fear, all of this is in here. So I have highlighted the stuff I thought you would care about most. The rest of it's very dry reading. Only read it if you really want to go to sleep early. But it is quite interesting to see all the research that's out there showing how bad tall buildings actually are for communities. So hopefully that attorney will never accuse me of not knowing what I'm talking about, because here's the proof. But enjoy the reading. If you have any questions, just holler.
I do have a question.
Ask away.
When I just thumbed through what you gave me, it's really talking about an urban-centric area,
Right.
correct?
Well, it depends. I mean, you have to look at what you guys have decided to do all down US 1.
Right.
That's what this is. It's not just Kuala Lumpur, which is one of the example cities.
That's one of the examples, but
Yeah, or LA, but
does it go, and I haven't read it, I'm asking the question, does it go into the number of density per square mile and all that kind of stuff, and so that we could use it as comparison?
Not that I noticed. It was a lot of it was reviewing prior research that's out there and kind of consolidating it down, making it easy for the average layperson to read.
Okay.
There is one or two very scientific studies that were 38 pages long, and I just pulled out, you know, like the first 2 pages and the last 2 pages. But, I mean, there's plenty of stuff out there. It's surprising the side effects from a lot of this.
Right.
But if you're going to go through with this, when you start getting these proposals in, this is something you need to think about, the detrimental side effects of these tall buildings. It's not just traffic, you know.
No, I know.
Yeah, so.
Okay.
This way you see the other side.
Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate it
you.
very much, thank you. Do we have a motion to adjourn? So moved. Second?
Second.
All in favor, we're going. Did that really quick.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Excellent
Oh, my
job.
God.
I enjoyed you guys. Excellent job. Thank you.